Hello, everybody. Welcome back. AEL University Elite Series 2026. We're here with week 2 of Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Haz Daddy Slim, and I'm very honoured to be joined this evening by one of the best in the R6 OCE region, Cthulhu. Good to see you back, mate, here on the AEL side of things. How are we doing this evening?
Look, doing pretty good, honestly. I'm quite excited to be back to the roots, I suppose, in some capacity. Yeah, AEL has definitely been has been a bit of a throwback, and keen to get to see some of the university talent as well on the rise. And honestly, yeah, it's always good vibes to get to catch up with you, Haz.
Absolutely, it is. We're going to go through absolutely everything from week 1 to what is coming up in the next few hours. But before we do that, of course, Cthulhu, we do need to thank our beautiful sponsors.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, first things first, gotta give massive shout out to AGON by AOC. AGON, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world as well. AGON by AOC provide the best in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs. So massive shout out to them as well.
And also to our HyperX and Officeworks sponsor, you can power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover all their gaming gear made to handle serious play.
And last but definitely not least as well, big shout out as well to Indomie as well, the noodle partner, made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie migering will certainly brighten up your day. Try any one of the flavors available today from your local grocery or at indomie.com.au. So big thank you to all of our wonderful sponsors.
Big thank you indeed. And, well, we're sponsors out of the way, Cthulhu. We can have a look back because, of course, you weren't here week 1. It was me and Matthew Sr. covering. But this is what our standings look like after we are done with 1 week. It's Swinburne Uni out on top with their 7-2 round difference, followed closely, of course, by University of Melbourne, University of Queensland, Macquarie University, also with wins, as well as University of New South Wales. The RMIT boys yet to get into action. We might be seeing them later this evening for their first trials. And then our bottom 4 from last week, University of Newcastle in that 8th spot. And then, of course, we have our next 3 there, which is La Trobe Uni, Queensland University of Technology, and the University of Technology Sydney, which, look, Cthulhu, we look at the rankings here. You can't take a huge amount away from it because it is only week 1, but maybe that gives us a bit of a look into how the matches this week are going to sort of pan out a little.
Yeah, it certainly at least paints a bit of an initial early picture, sort of which team came into this very much prepared straight from basically day 1 to get things up and running for them. And in some cases, for some of the teams, it does take a bit of a while to really get fully, warmed up and ready to rumble. So, in all honesty, I wouldn't discredit a good chunk of those teams, really. And considering that a fair few of them do have some active competitive players in the higher leagues as well, I wouldn't be surprised if we'll get to see some absolute heaters further down the line into the season. So honestly, there's a few rosters that I'm kind of keeping an eye out for. I'm quite keen to see how they will pan out in the overall sort of standing. But honestly, look, I'm ready to dig into our very first match of the day.
Yes, of course, we've got the UQ boys up against University of New South Wales. Should be a pretty interesting one, this one. Of course, University of Queensland a win last week, as well as the University of New South Wales lads. And of course, having a look at these teams, Cthulhu, there's a couple of names that jump out, especially at University of Queensland. But across the board, some pretty decent players here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The university, UQ roster has been the one of the few that actually raised sort of a few eyebrows, seeing the names of Scars as well making the appearance, Shont as well. So quite a few known names in the sort of Challenger League / Pro League circuits of OCE, and then on the side of UNSW. Look, I honestly haven't really gotten as much of the experience watching them, but yeah, like you've highlighted as well, they might just be the up and coming talent. I mean, we look at the initial sort of run. They actually had a pretty solid turnaround, 7-4 to kick things off on day 1 on Clubhouse. Is certainly not a bad scoreline to really scoff at.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, the man that jumps out for me, and this is actually from the CS side of things, of course, is Kraz, who is actually a CS player usually, trying his hand the uni side of things when it comes to Siege, and had a pretty decent showing last time around as well. It was Conk who was doing a lot of the heavy lifting for them in their 7-4 win. Actually started out on a 9-0 scoreline over the first two rounds and their eventual 7-4 victory over Monash University last week. But they're going to be tested. Of course, this University of Queensland side is a very, very decent squad. I mean, as you've already stated, we've got players here that are playing in the Challenger and Pro League in the OCE region, so they're going to absolutely be looking to do what they can to make sure they keep their flawless record. University of New South Wales as well, as we come into the band phase for the first time this evening.
Yes, sir. Look, I'm keen to see how things will really kick off. I got to watch quite a fair bit of the Nighthaven Labs as well, and this was so far a pretty interesting turnaround, especially considering, you know, with some of the newer introductions to the overall global pro circuit. The China League as well has been bringing some rather saucy picks and bans, but in this case, a Blitz and a Mirror to kick things off, which sort of points at a very polarizing sort of idea, or rather approach between the two rosters. One team preferring to not really allow too much rush and a lot of that constant push ability with the shields. The other team prefers not to really allow the defense to really dig in, with the Mirror and Azami being able to really reshape the battlefield. So overall, I rate both of the picks, though on UQ's side, the Blitz plus Blackbeard, just in terms of just knowing how those players play, it almost feels like a bit of a head scratcher, really, as to why would they ban, considering that they should be very much knowledgeable on how to dispatch the shield players.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing, I think, where maybe that extra side of the, at least, experience might come into UOQ's side here, because University of New South Wales, again, with these uni teams, we're not entirely sure with a lot of these players how they're going to come into this, how they're going to play overall. And again, well, a lot of these guys haven't actually played with each other before these tournaments either. So, you know, first week's out of the way, got that win. Second week, you do as much like Prac on the side as you can. You've still got to, of course, focus on University. That's what I assume most of the lads here are doing at the moment. But we're about to get underway here for our first game of the day. Preparation phase just about done. The University of Queensland starting on the defensive end. University of New South Wales on the attack. And we are about to get underway for this beautiful second week of games. The temp outside is dropping, but Cthulhu, the temp inside the server, it has never been higher.
Yeah, this is going to get turned up to the absolute full capacity. I mean, I'm looking at the lineup as well that UNSW bringing in, and it's a pretty hefty one nonetheless. I mean, the introduction of Maverick, Ying, as well as the Buck, it would be the three main highlight, I would say. The Twitch introduction plus the Grim would be also a pretty welcome additions for the info gathering / just the utility disposal as well. But it's interesting to see that UQ are playing a pretty up close and personal to some of the breach positions to try to deny those nice and early, but it looks like early forfeiture means that it should be a relatively free real estate to take for UNSW roster.
Well, they try to take forward, but Scars isn't having any of that early. Agent out of the battle in the first 30 seconds, just like that. The perfect start for University of Queensland. Exactly what the doctor ordered is now. Vina continues to just holding these positions, and this just changes the whole sort of hit now a bit for University of New South Wales, because you get that original thought of, okay, we can actually get forward, get a bit of space. You already lose that one player. All of a sudden, you have to just change how you want to set things up here.
Yeah, at the very least, they finally do have a pretty steady breach towards the IT balcony, so not the worst situation possible, but certainly they took quite a fair bit of time already. Half a round has been already expended. And only now we do get the secondary breach to come through. Usually you would want to see, at least within the first minute, that those breaches to come on and happen. But unless that's not going to be the case, Med is currently trying to make a push happen through that breach opening, but with all the Fenrir gadgetry, it certainly makes things a whole lot more problematic, with Panzer as well getting the better of Conk. It looks like the push is starting to get attempted, courtesy of Ying.
So far, not finding too much, though, and Crass going to fall as well. Scars will finish that one off. Double kill for Scars to start things in this opening round, and now Jiggy and Med 58 seconds, they can already feel themselves getting closed in from all sides of the defensive end. University of Queensland, they don't need to go forward that far, but they are still going past these ones here. They've still got the util out as well, just making things so difficult, and they've started to just make their way outside. Med's trying to rush back on the other end, see if they can find something here. Anything at this point. The jump on through, and Shot will hit it beautifully. Still outdoors. He will be finally shut down, but Jiggy might not even get the chance to finish it off there. They won't. Scars finds it. And University of Queensland, that is a start here. Flawless to begin at this one.
Yeah, that feels very much eerily similar to what I would have expected from the team that is led by the likes of Shont, Scars, and Az as well. Very aggression-heavy. And look, it's a roster that certainly can bring in the heat. It's a bit of a curious, though, situation for University of New South Wales, where they stalled out rather quickly, and with especially that position where the Denari laser trip mines were set up, bringing in a Twitch would have been quite potent. They unfortunately just didn't play out just the way how they wanted to, and well, yeah, just getting picked apart in the early stages didn't particularly pay too many dividends here. So going into this one, I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of what Conker's looking to bring with the fuse.
It's going to change things up, hopefully. I mean, from what we've seen, at least in that first round, it's hard to take a lot from the opener. Still plenty of siege here to play, but the fact that University of Queensland were just able to find that first pick and then just control the complete space after that, I think for Uni of New South Wales, it's going to become pretty apparent if they don't find the openers, if they don't gain any ground early and they get stalled out, this is going to be a pretty long night for them, or in essence, if it keeps going like this, a pretty short one.
Yeah, it could be potentially a pretty quick conclusion here if University of New South Wales don't be too careful. But Athena getting a little bit too keen on that spawn peak, deciding to test the fate, maybe in some capacity. Tried to get things rolling, but instead it's Scars just deciding, you know what, if the enemy doesn't want to come over to me, let me come over to them and eliminate Solid Snake. And that's your arguably the biggest, if not the only one of the info gathering out of the way. So that makes things a lot more problematic now for UNSW team with the just any sort of ROM clear, as they would have to basically face check quite literally every corner.
Yeah, so quite like the opening round already, very much on the back foot. Athena gathering some more information, a couple of picks there, and Scars, well, they are just warming up into this one already. Double kill, make that 5 in the opening 2 rounds so far, and there's still 3 more available, so Scars is more than happy to keep searching for these ones, and he might even have himself a 3rd here, although the drone revealing that information doesn't mean Scars is going to leave this spot. Even if they double peek together, it's going to be a pretty hard one to find. We'll start to fall away. University of Queensland, it is a perfect start for them. Opening picks of the round, you've already taken the first as well. Complete and utter control. And Uni of New South Wales, they need something. They're a spark to get themselves back into this one here.
Spark would be one way to describe this. Yeah, they definitely need spark, and then quite a fair few of the flames. With Shont already going on a bit of a flank around, this could be a very nasty surprise for any attacker upstairs. And by the looks of it, yeah, Agent will be the one catching the unfortunate stray. There might be potentially yet another one to come on through, as, yeah, that's another one that bites the dust, and potentially another flawless to come on through, as Jiggy trying to fight for his life really here, but unfortunately can't even connect the shots, and at the end, it is the shot through the wall that finds the demise of the poor Thermite, and that is yet another round. Ugh.
Yeah, there's not much to say, unfortunately, with this one. I mean, like, on paper, we go to this game, we think, yeah, University of Queensland should be coming out on top. I mean, I saw some good things from New South Wales last week, but look, we can say this, it is early on. It's the first 2 rounds, but from what we've seen, Cthulhu, it has just been utter domination. They just haven't quite been able to get a foot in the door. And, well, I mean, again, it is these players. I mean, Scars is doing exactly what they should. Against this level of competition, clearly up to 8 kills already, so they're having a pretty nice time. Uni of New South Wales, not so much.
Bear in mind as well that the favourable side right now is in the hands of University of Queensland as well, so they are very much happy to keep on accumulating points. Matter of fact, you would be very much expected to have the point advantage here. So as long as the University of New South Wales do manage to accumulate themselves at the very least a 2-pointer within this half, they should still feel relatively comfortable going into the second half and to be able to equalize the scoreline from there. But it is in these early stages where it's a bit of a worrying sign, where UQ are able to run away with a back-to-back flawless round, and for University of New South Wales being once again picked apart, and some of the more impactful operators as well getting picked off. So one would hope that we'll get to see a little bit more liveliness out of them, and considering that there's now an opt as well for the Caveira on Scars, a bit of a double down in a group play may need to be happening from the attack.
Perhaps so. I mean, at this point, you just want to kill from someone. Just to try and find... Again, I said it. It was a spark. Just bit of confidence. Get yourself moving forward. Maybe there's something that could work out here. Shot note. Gas out and just delaying on that end. Made a bit of damage on the other side. A shot sort of between a rock and a hard place, but it's more than happy to just stick around with this one here. The shield is going to be the little issue for them again. Drone out. Should be revealing that, and they just need to play with this shield. Go together. At the same time, so much time has been taken away, and Cog almost goes down as well. Jiggy down to a quarter HP. They are just struggling even to break in through one opening here at the moment.
Yeah, even with the Monty as well, it's just a non-stop mismatch of powers here, and the fact that they sort of closed off Sean's position, it basically actually gave him a very powerful position, but because he can fully just focus on the engagement around the window. But finally, he does fall. Finally, a kill is being drawn as well, so University of New South Wales now can really go in for the full swing, though I say that Kong has been downed. Uh-oh, and that's an interrogation as well. Oh, God.
Oh, that does not help things whatsoever. Meta's going for that diffuser plant, so there's a possibility they might actually get away with this. Play for the after one here. The problem is no one has any HP to speak of, so they will need to just find some headshots if they can. Crass is already falling, so Meta Jiggy, make that just Jiggy now is all that remains, and Scars up to 9 kills. Athena... We'll find the last one, or almost the last one outside. There was actually one of the 4 there, and the diffuser will be disabled. So, University of New South Wales, some kills, a plant, the thing's improving, but it is still another round there for University of Queensland.
Yeah, pretty steady so far progression for University of Queensland, really getting themselves the point. And I gotta say, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from them. It's I say it's a steady aggression so far coming out of UQ roster. Whereas on the side of University of New South Wales, look, yeah, it's good to see that we are starting to see some kills. It's quite unfortunate that by the time all the eliminations starting to come on through, the last man standing is still outside the building. Usually, you would want to see a little bit more of a pile in. You get inside, you set up some angles, you set up the utility to watch for the flanks, a little bit of everything, and the introduction even of just a couple of claymores around those Aurora doors as well would have been actually pretty perfect as well to introduce. So it feels like maybe there's a bit of a lack of communication, or maybe a mismatch of communication that is plaguing so far the attacking side, but whereas on the side of UQ, I think they don't even really need much of a communication. They just swinging.
Swing, getting the kill. I mean, Scars is on 9 so far, so averaging 3 a round, and yet to fall either. That just allows the rest of his teammates to really just, I don't have to, it's not a complete reliance, but they know that he can just go out there and just hit these shots and just take those duels, win them out. 50% of 50-50, or you may even say 75-25 at the moment, the way it's looking. So, New South Wales, they have to just be so aware about any of these early peaks, but then, I think they're starting to catch on a bit more about where a lot of these placements of the util are. Look, time-wise, they can get in there, they can get the plant, but even if that's happening, they're trying to see if they can get anything, at least stay the 4v4. Or at least have most of your members up for the after plant. See if you can play aside from it. That's what we need to see. An opener here would be absolutely lovely. The Uni of Queensland never going to give them that opportunity, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I respect the choice that so far, New South Wales do bring in with the choices of Maverick. I mean, I respect the want to, show off the ability to do the Maverick trick, but for the most of it, unless the enemy is running, the double breach denial with the, with the Cade, with the Bandit, maybe even, a cheeky Mute to put in there as well, Maverick kind of almost feels like a very unnecessary choice. Yes, cool. You managed to get it down. Yes, you managed to basically ensure that there is going to be, a breach in there no matter what. But generally speaking, you would be able to save a lot of time for yourself if you are able to. Oh my days. Okay, well done. That is genuinely a really nice shot there out of Crass.
That's the CS side of Crash showing off there. He's a shooter in that game, and he's showing an R6 right now. And 3v5, all of a sudden, Uni of New South Wales have themselves a little opening. AZ, though, response there onto Agent. Brings one back, but Athena getting dropped earlier. All of a sudden, that becomes a big factor, you'd imagine. The problem is there's still scars available, and Athena finds Conk as well, and just like that, that lead has slipped. Crass might just be the one to have to pull them together. He found the triple, but Az gets that one. And now it's Jiggy left in a 1v2 situation. There's a world that maybe they can find that. Their position, though, relatively known at this stage. Try and get some drone information now, but the problem becomes, I mean, look, you've got 40 seconds. Uni of Queensland, they don't really need to swing these fights either. They can just play off each other. It's a pretty tough fight to be in right now.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's a rough one especially for Jiggy as well, because I feel like the man has been thrown in onto that sort of support role and kind of told, yeah, just go click heads. Poor gamer is struggling to even get himself inside the building for the most of the time, and so far 3 for 3 we're seeing, or rather actually 4 for 4 we're seeing Jiggy being on the outside of the building, and yeah, that was a pretty, unfortunately, a futile turnaround there for the man. But look, we'll hopefully get to see. Yeah, there we go. Speaking of the timeout, we should be starting, those talks about whether it's a bit of a tilter starting to settle in, what's going on, how are we really getting that demolished, and well, one would hope that we'll start to see some sort of results out of that timeout.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they called one around this time, maybe just a little bit earlier last week. They were down early, I think at about 3-1, and that timeout proved to be one of the best things you could ever ask for, because they switched the scoreline, ended up winning the game 7-4. So whatever they chatted about definitely worked. This time around, though, things not happening to them. I mean, the big outlier for me, I guess, is Average Conk. Last week, absolute superstar, leading the team perfectly. Just yet to register a kill. I mean, Crass is the only one that's really shown anything so far, and that triple kill from last round almost gave them the opportunity. It almost just had to be him entirely, though, because they just lost every single other fight that they went up against. So, timeout done. Maybe it's able to swing the momentum, but University of Queensland just looking absolutely dominant so far here.
Certainly so, yeah. 2 more rounds still remaining on the defense, and I mean, considering the pace that we so far have been having, I mean, the prospects of 6-0 certainly still very much there. And oh, buddy. Okay, Shanta's starting to, do a little bit of trolling here. The introduction of the shotgun pulse, whilst, mind you, with some of the recent additions of the new secondaries and the Reaper Mark II being brought on in, the pulse shotgun is a little bit more of a viable option, but at least Myers, it's still very much of a troll pick. You cannot convince me in any other way. And Jiggins once again deciding to actually go swap up from Thermite to bring in a Maverick. You don't need a Maverick for this one. You see what UQ are playing. At this point, run anyone else, honestly. Run a Hibana, run an Ace for a little bit more DPS from your gun. Better yet, run the absolutely painstaking combo that there can be. Bring in the Solid Snake, bring in the Lion, the Dokkaebi, the Jackal. If you're struggling with finding the roam kills, counter, go for the heart counter. Bring 4 operators to just absolutely nail and basically have a non-stop radar for yourself.
Well, I think they would appreciate just having that in general at the moment, as Kraz, star of last round, does actually knock down Sean, but is going to be dealt with in the meantime. Agent will finish off Athena there. That was the... Oh, I was going to say, actually, it's not the one from Sean, and then there's Conk back from one there, but AZ scars, and All these fights happening in the blink of an eye, just like that, 2v3. And we've barely gone 50 seconds into this one here. Scar's up to 11 kills, still yet to hit the deck yet. And now adding an assist to that one as well. Oh, I should
Just looking at some of the positions as well. I was about to say, whilst Conk was already inside, where's Jiggy? On the external areas once again.
He's got this, man. He's got this.
Yeah, he's got this. Look, I fully believe in him. It's just it's more so it's just a series of unfortunate events for the gamer.
To be fair, I think he was hoping that his teammates would maybe still be alive at this point halfway into the round. Now he has just average Cog. So himself and Jiggy yet to register a kill in this one so far. Need to get 3 to try and get University of New South Wales. Just an opening round here. Already, University of Queensland right on these areas. And I was going to say, Scars is more than happy to take these fights. Another knock finishes it off perfectly. Now, average Cog, what have you got? First one on the board. Needs a few more here. Swings on out, but Scars cannot be toppled right now. 13 kills and 5 in a row here for University of Queensland.
5 for 5, and well, if at the very least the beginning was so far starting off with flawless rounds, at the very least here we are having a little bit more of a contention now, courtesy of University of New South Wales. Though the prospects of that previously mentioned 6-0 are very much now all real and possible here. Storage and control room being one of those sites that you can play quite heavily with the ROM upstairs. And when the lineup that is being introduced, I wouldn't be surprised at all if that is also going to be the case. You know, you'd see the likes of Scars, the likes of Athena as being upstairs, whereas the duo from the FBI, the Panzer and Shant combo of Castle and Pulse, playing from either the ground floor or even the basement as well for some cheeky C4s. But otherwise, on the side of the attack, I'm liking once again Kraz introducing Solid Snake, although you do need to have like a duo or a trio playing together rather than him going solo into it, as this would mean a lot more problems later down the line. And I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of just the overall utility that University of New South Wales are introducing. The Raura being brought on in, the floor is now being introduced to it. It's a good combination. Now, onwards from here, they just need to, well, hopefully now should be able to enforce, or sorry, rather, not enforce, but enable themselves to get the frags with the utility. Oh, what is this setup? Hold on. Panzer deciding to really set up electrical as an absolute kill box, and there's already actually a full-on push into the Animus already.
Well, Shot's the one dealing with this at the moment. Shotgun out. Sensor's picking up a bit of that information. Drone dropped away. Med's still hanging around for this one here. Can't quite spray exactly through that. There's now Scars. Oh, I was going to say, he's in a perfect position to find more. 14 kills. I don't know if I've ever seen 20 in this sort of area, but it might happen here. Scars just creeps forward. That's 15. Could only be 2 rounds left. This at the start of the second half, but he is looking for more. He almost spots that third as well. Such a pivotal angle, and actually he's going to swing on this one perfectly. Almost. Scars is doing what they can. AZ gets cogged. There was 1 kill there, but that seems to be all. But Jiggy shuts it down.
Jiggy's on the board.
Jiggy is on the board. But himself and Med, there is still so much to do. 90 seconds. Diffuser is with them. What do you do at this point? Nice spot out. And drones, that's going to hand out a bit of information, but this is going to be mostly on Jiggy. Med basically already dead, and Jiggy was just about there as well.
Oh, Jiggy can't even catch a break. Even Med is already tagged to all hell. If the pushes, and this is also going to be a very disconnected double man push to try to get some sort of a play happen here, but so far as has the sides trained on the position, and Athena as well from up above, looking to really put a bit more of a hurt. Liking the thinking process here from Jiggy, but I'd say, okay, yep, there we go. I was about to say that maybe could still be a bit of a Phantom Menace there preparing for the swing, but deciding to actually go instead for more of a different approach now, looking to really isolate some of the engagements and just basically corridor himself and Med straight onto the side, but the problem being there is already a presence from up above.
Well, they're aware of that now, but the problem is they've only got 22 seconds, so someone needs to run in. Med's the first, and I think University of Queensland are saying, yes, please, Jiggy, do the exact same as your teammate there. That's what he does. He does escape past the initial first few bullets there. The problem is, still needs to plant, and the moment they even attempt that, they should be just swung on there from Athena. That's what happens. Athena shuts it down, and it is a flawless first half here for the University of Queensland. They will get this one to a 6-0 position. They've got 6 match points as we swap. And, the 20 kill piece, Cthulhu, I believe it's still on here. 15 kills, I believe it was on the board for Scars as we switch to possibly our final round here.
That's certainly a possibility, yeah. Look, it's been quite a dominant side here from the University of Queensland, not really letting their foot off the gas, and, going into the ban phase. A Maverick ban feels a bit almost borderline redundant here, though the Cade ban is certainly one that kind of matters here, considering that you would want to get rid of both the Cade and the Maverick, the Cade and the Bandit, rather, to prevent the breach denial. So from here on, this should be a pretty straightforward one. Yep, introduce a Thermite, introduce a Hibana for your hard breach needs, or even any sort of secondary hard breach, and from there go for gold. Now, the scary part is the person that just picked Blitz, Shont, the man that with the absolute nerves of steel, looking to really put in the hurt here with the German operator, and otherwise looking at the lineup, Athena introducing the Amaru as well, the ultimate rush play. I'm borderline though surprised that, why is Scars bringing a solid snake instead of a lion, because this is all that this lineup does really need. It's introduce a lion, maybe even swap out Az's choice of Ash to Dokkaebi as well, really, give the siege handshake, as one would say.
Got a slight feeling University of Queensland might just be picking based on vibes at this point, considering the scoreline. But maybe there is something with Snake there that Scars has seen that we haven't. And, it is possibly just the one more round. He's on the 15. 20 is what he'd like. 15-2 is a scoreline you don't see very often in any form of siege from any skill levels. So definitely be one to look out for here. But University of New South Wales, they are trying to find their first here, trying to stop a dreaded 7-0 after such a good performance last week. It's all come crumbling down pretty quickly against, what is probably one of the favourites for this year. And they're already showing it in the second play day week. And Scars creeping on forward is looking to add to the scoreline that he's already got.
Absolutely. So already taking point at the position where the Azami reinforcement is, though Kraz did manage to really back away a little bit from his position, though there is an angry Blitz already ready to rumble. Shot does get shut down, though the crossfire is there, so good to see that there is at least a little bit of a response back, but it is all looking to be pretty dire situations here. Hello. Just stared at the smoke grenade as well.
Oh, I was going to say, the triple almost there for half a second. Scars is half HP, though. Athena just trying to find an angle. They're going to be shut down, so Jiggy gets that one back. 3v3. Jiggy very low. Scars with the triple and somehow stays alive on top of that Panzer, though. Oh, he's just taken away the chance of the 20 bomb unless Average Colt can pull off the 1v3. 90 seconds left on the clock. Forward they go, and Panzer does not want to wait around. This one is done. Blink and you miss it. 7-0. University of Queensland, a dominant win here over University of New South Wales.
Very much so. A nice and smooth 7-0 that comes on through without much of a sweat really being broken. Scars, being the absolute MVP, look, no wonder as well. 18-2 is a hell of a scoreline to really introduce to the overall, to any sort of playfield. And look, unfortunately, it's back to the drawing board for University of New South Wales, but it was still a very much of a valiant effort, and, I would be very much keen to see how will they be able to perform against some of the other teams. And in the meantime, for UQ, it's, back to the celebrations and drinking champagne.
Yes, that it is. I mean, for University of, of the boys there for University of New South Wales, they at least, if you're going to get a lesson early on to start the season, you may as well, again, get it early, get it out of the way, learn from that one, try and go forward with it. But guys, we are going to go to a quick break. When we return, our second play day of week 2 match will be right here, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that little break here. Welcome here to the AEL University Elite Series 2026 R6. My name's Daddy Slim. I got Cthulhu on my right side. We are just about to get ready and rolling into our second game of the evening, Cthulhu Swinburne, up against Queensland University of Technology.
Yeah, this one is looking to be a pretty curious, to say the very least. Yeah, Swinburne got some of the rising talent as well recently after the first day, having a top position on the grid as well. Samson's against MLY, Furchund and Side as well, making the appearance, and then QUT Frame, Koopy, Omega, Don't Have SSD, and Jada making the appearance. So, well, at least if we are taking our sweet time to load into the lobby, we will know whose fault it is.
Yes, very true. I was going to say as well. I mean, you can say Koopy's full name. It's a pretty classical one there. One of the best we've got throughout this entire first first week at least for calling side. But we've got plenty to do here for this one as we are getting ready to get into the band phase. Chalet is where we are for this second game. Of course, if you were with us last week, it was Swinburne University getting through with a 7-2 victory. They're currently towards the top of the table. It's only 1 week in, but they are liking their position right now. Queensland University of Technology going down 2-7. They're looking to try and change things around as our first ban is coming on in.
Coming on in, indeed, Ace and Mirror now making the appearance to kick things off. It's a pretty solid idea to get rid of the likes of Ace. Not only it's a very potent hard breacher, as well as that, AK-12 is a phenomenal weapon to use. The second ban on the defensive side kind of leaves me a little bit more scratching my head. The Cap Tower ban is a very, for lack of a better word, it's a very niche ban to really go through, and unless you really are worrying about the firebolts and just the remote smokes, that's the only reason why you would be really banning him out. Whereas on the side of QUT, the Mirror and the Cade, very much understandable duo, albeit you would usually want, if you're banning out Cade, you would want to get rid of Bandit as well, and so with that opening now wide open, Samson's is very much happy to oblige.
Get ourselves prepared for this one here. Preparation phase. Just with the 20 seconds remaining, and we're going into this one. We've got the feeling, Liz Cthulhu, this could be a little bit closer if you were here for our first match. Or in this case, if you did miss it, it was a 7-0 thrashing by Queensland University of Technology. Oh, no, I should say University of Technology. Just the Queensland side of things there. The University of Queensland, 7-0 over University of New South Wales in that one. We're expecting maybe this one to be a little closer, maybe some oppositions rounds, or perhaps we've got a clean 2 7-0s to start the evening. We don't know, but we are about to find out as we've got our first round underway.
That'll be quite a thing to behold as well, if that does come to fruition. Gant's already getting some of the nice and early engagement going on in the library, looking to try to hold things off as much as possible, though the rest of the team is quite far off, so it is going to be a one-man act for now for the gamer. And then otherwise, I'm curious to see how will the whole shield push will really pan out here, because there is now starting to become some, to mount up some presence around the gaming room, and well, with Gans now eliminated, that's quite a lot of free real estate now regained.
It is Koopy delivering that first one there. Queensland University of Technology get themselves a nice little opener in the first 60 seconds. Now pressure put back onto the Swinburne defenders. Side swinging on that left side, firing, not connecting on anything so far. QT trying to get these gaps opening again. They're putting decent pressure here, Swinburne. I won't allow anything too easy. First sort of pushes starting to really make their way through. Samson's on the move there as well. So far, Shield is just about to make their way up, Cthulhu. And now we'll see what it's going to be able to do. There's another push forward here. Millie's going to be the one under trouble as well.
Certainly so, yeah. We would love to see how well will the Monty be able to frontline the push, because you do need to have his presence alive and around, ready to go, and needs to be there to relay some of the information as well. And side cannot be really allowed to really get the frag onto the Monty as well. There needs to be some coverage, but finally, yeah, some presence is there, some peek around the position is available, and now, well, it is going to be a very difficult push to happen as side has the shotgun ready to rumble, and there is presence coming around from around the mezzanine balcony side as well. So, well, the last 30 seconds remaining, the push needs to happen.
Start pushing it together. Side's going to be taken out pretty low, but they are just running out of time here. Someone needs to come through, and it will be Om to find it. Fragger gets it back as well. Millie responding. They're second of the round, but still 3v2. You'd see player advantage, but they're still going to get themselves this diffuser plant down. Jumping on through is Jetta. They fall. Millie the triple.
Okay.
Doing all the work that's needed right now. 10 seconds. Someone has got to get forward. They will start to get the diffuser planted. This one should go through. It's going to be the hold here on the Millie. If they can stop this, it's absolutely perfect. Now they should know the position there on the left as well. Samson gets it. Millie will make it a quad. And Swinburne. It was a bit rough to start things off, but they get that one done beautifully. First round on the board to them.
Perfect execution, and yeah, massive turnout from Millie as well. The 4K to boot on Maluthi as well, nonetheless, against some pretty solid long-range guns as well. Works out really, really well. But yeah, on the side of QUT, you can't help but kind of wonder what really happened there, because they had a pretty solid idea and pretty solid push in the mid sort of point stages when the Monty was able to establish control over the office area as well. But unfortunately, just all came down crumbling, and well, Millie certainly put in quite a phenomenal work. Now going into the second side, and it is kitchen dining, what is usually addressed to be as, you know, the site of death for the attack, considering that Chalet, especially in the recent days in the global competitive scene, has been seeing a more success on the attack. This one is generally, if defended properly, is very much of a high percentage win for the defense for the most of it. So Swinburne, at least I would be expecting them to come out of this round with a second point, though QUT had a few really good beginnings, and I'm liking the adjustment that they are making. The introduction of Blackbeard instead of the Monty to introduce a little bit more proactivity. Plus, on top of that, just, you know, the ye old combination of Thatcher and Thermite as well.
So we get set into this second round here. QUT definitely their backs against the wall for this round, considering how difficult it is to take this kitchen floor side. It just makes the last round, dropping that one, hurt even more. Definitely doesn't mean they're out of this one, though. There's information being passed across early. Cameras out. Urchin just trying to pass over as much information as possible. And they did this pretty well last time. I mean, they were able to just get what they needed early, find the information. They also found the opening kill. Last time around it was on Getsu. Seems to be in that presence of playing the aggressor up towards those windows. Shots firing off pretty close on that end. Furch. His position now, no. It's more just about information gathering at the moment.
Oh, hello?
Waiting. Staring contest.
It's a bit of a stare down, a game of chicken, as you will. Frag grenades coming on in, and perfect bait to come on through. Furch, unfortunately, wasn't able to really stay alive for too long, and the Azami barricades didn't particularly do as much of the work as one would have hoped, but nearly gotten a bit of a scary surprise as well on top of it all. Oi, oi, oi.
That's Mega just absolutely coughed that C4 right to the face. We got the POV.
Hold this.
As goofy was. And then, you know what? We cut away almost perfectly at the last second, because I don't think anyone needed to see that. 4v4 now. And all of a sudden, that opening kill disappearing into the background as Millie. Massive kills in the opener. They've already got another one here. They're up to 5. And Swinburne holding this down nicely. QUT problems across the board, it seems now. Fragger trying to get themselves forward. Koopy's on a... Again, they're so late to be doing this re-one across, but Fragger does find Samson, so maybe there is a possibility here for them.
There certainly is a possibility to bring it all back. Still a 3v3. Fragger frame trying to find any sort of, well, frags really for himself, and try to find an opening, but unfortunately, as of now, there's yet to, well, for anything really to come on through. There is already a double kill to come on through. He is able, though, to nail down presence. I believe that will be around the piano room, and Millie, once again, the absolute menace to society here with the hold downs, looking to get another one. 4 seconds remaining. The plant needs to though go down. That is a kill, though, that is also needed, and that is a point for the attack finally.
So almost the complete opposite of the first round there, where Swinburne were against it, managed to swing things back. QUT now, what seemingly seemed to be a lost round there, they managed to swing it across, and we are tied up after the 2. So both teams, I feel like in some way, dropping around they should have taken. So in the end, it all evens out perfectly.
Very much so, yeah. They managed to really, well, at least QUT, that is, managed to really pull up and get themselves the frags. I do like the adjustment as well that they've originally made. The introduction of Blackbeard actually worked perfectly well to just keep on baiting out some of the engagements and forcing some of the responses back. So far, so good. Swinburne, though, they really need to start pulling up, because relying, on Millie to pull the weight here for all 5 members would be a bit of a short-sighted idea.
10 seconds left. Dreadmine out. 5 seconds to go.
So we had our still, no, in hindsight, of course.
Attackers are heading out.
In hindsight's 2020, so we get ready and rolling into round number 3. All of a sudden, well, we've beaten what happened in the previous game. We have got a round for each team.
True.
With no 7-0s, well, still could be some 7-0s there. We've got 2 games after this, of course, so you never know. But lucky how this one's been so far. Exactly, the night is very much still young.
Yeah, you never know. There still could be the opportunities for 7-1s as well, or 1-7s, depending on the perspective you're looking at. But this so far is looking to be a pretty curious setup. Once again, a very heavy reinforcement towards the office area. So looking to try to hold on to that vertical presence as much as possible, and for the Hound, or Furch Hund, we are looking to try to, well, keep him alive for as long as possible, considering that there is now Gantz, who is looking to try to set up some sort of a crossfire, or at least fend off some of the presence. But this is going to be a bit of a rough one, and long angle from that window in piano may just be a very deadly prospect to look out for.
Oh, it's a tough fight to take, but Furch this time, you do have Gantz with the backup here, but again, you're going to be pushed forward by those nades. In fact, actually, we'll go backwards this time, so they learning their lesson from what happened over that right window. And again, this is just a decent delay here. It is allowing QUT to get themselves moving in other directions. Again, the nade bursting forward, but Gantz does find Frag, and that's the one they were looking for. And Furch finally gets that one there. There's a Mega losing their teammate, tries to answer back, it doesn't happen. Swinburne now in a very favourable position.
Excellent response indeed, yeah. Managing to really tighten up their overall play, and this is a very, actually, pretty entertaining matchup so far, I have to say. Swinburne and QUT kind of going tit for tat, really, in their play, adjusting their positions, sort of learning on the go as well. Has been a pretty solid idea so far. The breach did, in fact, happen, but no clear out from up above may mean just problems galore in the later stages, and oh, it's a double trap, no side. Very much happy to oblige with that one, and oh, that one will have to sting.
Meantime, though, I thought for a second SSD maybe, but well, the nade trickles the damage out, and now it's Koopy left in a 1v3. Going to present at the first triple kill, so they need the ace for the round, and all of a sudden there is a possibility here. Know where this next one is as well. The problem becomes the time. You need to get forward, need to try and get this down. Billy just plays it pretty well in the end, and Swinburne responds. So we're back and forth for this one. So they retake the lead here at 2-1.
2-1, yeah. Swinburne actually had a pretty phenomenal round in that round number 3, and the way how they've executed was absolutely solid. So honestly, can't even blame for the loss of QUT. That one was just really well adjusted on the side of their opposition. Third ban to come on through a Blackbeard is very much of an understandable ban, courtesy of Swinburne, and a Bandit as well on the side of QUT also very much is valid of a choice, considering just how potent the Bandit has been so far and how much of a trouble seemingly he has introduced to the opposition. So from here on, looking at the next order of the rounds, I'm wondering whether there is going to be a pretty heavy adjustment into to see, well, at least what is going to be done, what is going to be played out. The change that's seemingly I actually didn't expect specifically for Samson's, considering that he's been maining the Bandit, is the introduction of Frost out of all the operators. So we're doubling down on the trap game, and instead of bringing in the Thorn as well to boot, well, we got Millie back on the Melusi once again for the top side.
Work from the previously, why not go back to it? And I mean, the traps did pull off the kill last round. In fact, I think it was the time. I think so.
That one was rough.
Yes. Yeah, possibly the QUT team might be a little bit more wary where they're stepping when it comes to this one here, but we'll have to find out as we get started here for round number 4. Swinburne trying to open up a gap here on their defensive half as, I'm sure they're looking at something fantastic there. Completely clueless well, that was happening. I think they might have been on a drone. And SSD, well, they're more than happy they were obliged for their first kill of the game.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. For SSD, this is a great opportunity to keep things in a running. But possibly further up, maybe we'll get to see some sort of a response as well later down the line. But at least Koopy got the unfortunate turnaround there himself, and unable to really keep at least the full HP running into the frost mat. But I suppose that's why some Samsung's decided to introduce the frost. It's just it's sad that Gans didn't get to live it.
Yes, well, they can view it all, at least from the heavens at the moment on the cameras that are still operating, as they've been out of the round now for better part of a minute, and there's a minute 30 left in this one here. UT player advantage slowly starting to make their way further forward, but Samson's in the way there, fighting the first. So Koopy's drop was a player who had taken a fair bit of damage, and Samson's immediately responded back on SSD, getting started in this one. First 2 kills of the round here, although Funch, massive opportunity to try and get one back. Omega very lucky to be alive. QT trying to keep this one rolling forward. Player advantage. Can they find that next kill?
In a 3 versus 4, this is going to be a potentially a dire situation if Swinburne don't really bring their A game, but the smoke grenades could actually throw a massive spanner in the work here to down the Monty as well. Frag grenades are starting to roll in, and Millie is forced to fall back, but the main person that I'm really keeping an eye out for, Side, has the absolutely perfect position here, and a very key one at it to hold down the point. 28 seconds to go. There's still, I believe, one more gas grenade remaining to really work with and to play with, as Millie is just trying to sort of just trickle around the gunfights. And 2 versus 3, finally the Lion charges are starting to come on through. SSD is having a bit of a struggle finding his own frag, but it is now the do or die time.
Shy can start this down. Millie hits that shot, and that shot, that's what they needed. Millie just needs to run. 3 seconds, they'll get this done here. QUT. Oh no, the diffuser's being planted, but they don't get off it. Millie just goes in and says, thank you very much. And Swinburne, you'd have to say in the end, steal that away a bit. Side, they waited. You called it out, Cthulhu, in a perfect position. Jumped in at the moment. They only needed the 1 kill. And it gets the job done. So Swinburne, they get that little buffer they were trying so hard to find. 3-1 now as we move into the last 2 rounds of this first half.
Quite surprising that QUT didn't really try to push any harder the moment they had the Monty close by, because they had the opportunity to really shut things down. If Lion tried to start playing around the jacuzzi window as well, to apply some pressure from there, you know, force the attention to be split in two ways, then there would have been some potential to really do, well, anything for the team. But because it ended up being a very one-dimensional sort of play, a very one-dimensional push, well, for Swinburne, they only needed to really stare in only one direction, and that really brought the win in its whole entirety. But looking at this new round, the main thing that caught my eye as a Clash making the appearance, the absolute nuisance, especially in the newest meta as well, then with the sheer amount of mobility that Clash has been given, it is a very dangerous prospect in the right hands.
So we'll be able to see if it's able to be put to use here as we get ready. Oh, we get rocking and rolling here for round number 5. You'd see the scoreline reads 3-1. It honestly could be in their direction if things had swung their way, but they haven't quite been at their best so far. Those mistakes, they need to rectify them as quickly as possible. Gantz copping some early, and well, that's one way to do it. Koopy, they've been finding the kills so far in this game, and it's a nade onto Samson's. Another opener for QUT. This time they must convert off it, even with it being so early on in the round.
And so one would hope that they will be able to keep rolling with the pick as well off Sens for Fragger Frame. This would be actually a pretty good idea to introduce, to get some smokes going, get some push happening, and then, well, play from there. There is already one down. Koopy the Poopy, unfortunately, well, catches it all, and, well, Jada is not that far away from the demise as well, and all of a sudden, QUT sold out once again.
Yeah, just every step they seem to take. One forward, and then it's immediately one step back as well. Really has been a thorn in their side. 12 kills. Doing quite what Scars did in that first game with 18. They're not too far off finding that mark as well, with plenty more time left on the clock as well. Shots through. Fragger will be able to find one back onto Melissa. They're out of this round. SSD gets Gantz, and just like that, swung beautifully here to QUT. All of a sudden, it's just side. And they're able to be the hero from that previous round. This time around, though, it is a whole different kettle of fish, and they are left in a very awkward situation. Position, I'm pretty sure, known. I feel like mostly known here as well. They're being pushed in, angle spotted on the left side as well. Nades fly in, and SSD will be the one to finish it. So QUT, good responsive around there. 2-3 as we head to the final round of the first half.
Exactly that. Nice and steady. QUT get to stay alive, and, well, at the very least are able to keep things nice and consistent for them. Still able to keep the scoring relatively steady as well. 3-2. Well, ideally for them, they would want a 3-all scoreline here, considering that Chalet usually would be considered a map for the attacking side rather than the defending. But regardless of that, we'll have to wait and see if any sort of success will come out of it later down the line. Liking the lineup that they've introduced, though. Swinburne opting for a little bit more of the roam game. Gantz now deciding to bring in the Scopos for the play, and Side is reintroducing the Thorn, the one that was able to really catch the last moment rush in off guard. And if that aligns once again, that is going to be an absolute tilter, I have to say, Has.
Yeah, no, it would be. As we get ready into the final round here. Swinburne trying to take that 2-round advantage into the switch. UT looking to respond, make it even before we go towards that second half again. Just getting those traps set up. Interesting to see. I mean, QT, the last 3 rounds in a row, they've found the openers. Swinburne, 2 of them they've been able to make responses. That last round, though, we just saw they were starting to get figured out on this defensive side. So, seems like the attackers here, Cthulhu, and maybe started to get these reads. They'd be desperately looking to try and make this the 3-3 as we're heading towards that switch. Samson's cameras all around just the buildings there, just having the check, making sure nothing doing, but for the first time in a while, not really any major action in the first minute at all.
Not at all, yeah. Much more paced down sort of play. QUT deciding to slow down a little bit to maybe reevaluate or reassess sort of where do they want to make a push, or maybe they're trying to go in with a little bit more sort of presence for their positions. So quite possibly that could also be the case. Already presence, a very heavy one at the mezzanine balcony, and looking to really throw in a bit of a spanner in the works. Potentially, it will be, by the looks of it, a one-on-one sort of gunfight, but a lot of presence, and the Gans from down below gets the better of Fragger Frame, and that's your, that's your gridlock out of the equation, and now a full HP refresh for Gans on top of it all is certainly a perfect situation to be facing.
And Millie as well, dropping Koopy. So, 2 of the fraggers over on the side of QUT as Jeddah joins them in the grave, and now SSD and Omega left with a lot of work to do with not much of a way in. Omega goes down, SSD now all that remains. So Swinburne, what a responsive round this is to close out the half. Could possibly be a flawless one here, as it looks like SSD or someone's, I don't think, moving at the moment, but looks like we might just get a quick tech after, well, yeah, it's a perfect way. It's sort of like a mini timeout as we go for the halftime switch there, but that will be the end of that one. SSD disconnects, and Swinburne Cthulhu will take a 4-2 lead as we switch sides.
Yeah, 4-2 lead is certainly far from an ideal turnaround here for QUT, as they would have wanted to have a little bit more contention there for themselves. But look, we'll at least hopefully get to see some more fight out of them now going into their own defense, and maybe they will be able to fully, claim the momentum. But this does give us a little bit more time to sort of discuss what so far transpired. On one hand, Swinburne has had a couple of hiccup rounds, really took their moment to really readjust once they sort of got a bit more of a hang of how QUT kickstarted. And whereas on the side of QUT, you got to see a little bit of the spark of hope with those 2 rounds that they did manage to win. And mind you, those were actually really well coordinated ones. But the problem being is after that, they seemingly just lost not even the courage, just lost the confidence really in their swings and in their play. And on the side that demands you to be very proactive about what you need to do, they were seemingly attempting to play defensive, which seems a bit counterproductive.
Yeah, and that's kind of what worked against them, unfortunately, because I would say, I think 60 to 70% of the rounds that they had there, at least 4 of the 6, they found the opening kill, but just didn't really push on beyond that. I think it's almost they were sort of expecting Swinburne to maybe get a bit more aggressive to try and swing in and, go for a quick 4v4 back. But for Swinburne, I mean, they were just happy that you lost the first player. Not ideal, but then they can just fall back from that. Maybe a little bit of an aggression out if you need it, but overall, just able to really then, find that next one. They control things. They took so much time away from QUT as well, which is what worked a few rounds for them. Also, the fact, Millie, 13 kills has looked absolutely spectacular so far, is the driving force of Swinburne right now, because across the board, most of these players are pretty even. I'd say QUT, in a sense, I mean, team-wise with kills, in a better spot. But when you have Millie just out there with 13 kills at the half, it becomes sort of irrelevant at that point.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Millie has been pretty actually clinical when it comes down to the frags, and in a similar way how we had to see Scars really pull up with a phenomenal scoreline for himself. Millie has been doing absolute bits there for the team. But I do have to say as well, just the overall position and the overall sort of way how Swinburne managed to adapt has been also a very pleasant thing to see, because usually you get 2 sort of polar opposites and very jarring polar opposites in terms of what kind of performance you would see out of a team. You would either see right out of the gate a very composed roster that is just ready to rumble no matter what, or you have a team that sort of has, a good understanding of what sort of theory they need to do, but their execution has been very much, well, for the lack of a better word, thrown into the bin. And so, whereas on the side of Swinburne, it's, they have a good mechanical understanding, a good mechanical side. They have a pretty decent understanding of what they need to do, but it's the mid-game, mid-round adjustments that do come in very handy, and in their case, have been very meaningful as well.
We'll get to see if that's going to be the same thing on their attacking side. We come out of our tech pause and we get into the bands of this for Mirror and Blackbeard. Not for the first time this evening, and I feel like not for the last time. We've already seen these ones here. Well, I mean, just makes sense, really, for both just to get those out, considering how potent the news they have been so far in these newer seasons. Asami, Ace, it seems like we're just getting the same old things, Cthulhu. I mean, there's not much you can say about it, but, there's a reason they are getting bad.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. And I mean, for all intents and purposes, the mirror ban, at least when it comes down to, the level of play, usually, when you're getting rid of her, it's more so as a comfort ban, because Mira, no matter which level of play you're looking at, introduces a very frustrating point to face, because the wall that you would usually approach and nobody would be really contesting it, all of a sudden has a pair of eyes trained on you and basically ready to peek out, usually around the next side of wall that is left soft, and you wouldn't really be able to predict when exactly that swing may come around. So it is a very how should I say this? It is a very tricky one to really work with, unless you have a full team basically all briefed, all knowing what to really do and how to get rid of it, and what kind of peak you have to take, what kind of operator choice you need to bring, whether it's an Ash, whether it's a Kali, you name it. So it's a very understandable sort of choice here. And then Azami is basically a no-brainer, very powerful op, and then on the side of defense, it's the Blackbeard plus the Ace, two very, very potent, very strong operators. So Swinburne very much will have to adjust.
Well, they managed to do it on their defensive half. I'll be hoping the same thing here with any adjustments that are required. The opening round in for them here would put them up 5-2 and really just start to put the pressure on to the QUT if there isn't already some there. And Millie, well, the slight pause hasn't stopped their run. 14 kills now, continuing on their merry way, and a nice little opener here for Swinburne.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal, actually, opener. Getting rid of the warden, the person that would be able to shut down so many smoke plays, now forced to really keep an eye out into the on the spectator screen, and so is Fragger Frame, as the Vendetta 44 is a deadly, deadly weapon in the right hands.
A passive kill there as now pressure continues to mount on QUT. Not the start to this round they would have hoped for. Jetta Omega SSD needs something to come alive here. Already being trapped in these positions. Samsons gets SSD, and well, yeah, Omega, I mean, they get one here, possibly, and Shy's actually going to be knocked off the fuse aside. Jetta gets that, but they already know, and Samson's the one who comes through the double to end it. Beautifully done, the first there, switches up on the second. Lovely stuff from Samson. And Swinburne, now Cthulhu, got themselves that nice gap they were hoping for. QUT, look, not the start they want on the defensive end, and they don't have a lot of rounds to switch that around now. They need to strike immediately back here.
Yes, yeah, QUT kind of got slapped for the lack of a better word here. Really, they've tried to really put in their best performance straight off the bat, but yeah, that swing from Samson's kind of left me speechless there for a second. I'm not gonna lie, Has.
I mean, it was
that was all done.
Just like in the small gap it was as well. Like, I mean, you're not really sure what you do there as Omega. I mean, they're in a pretty decent spot. Again, the round's like gone at that point, but you're not expecting to die from someone who's coming in right window side who's just knocked out your teammate. But,
5
man,
seconds left before insertion.
that's just how good the round was in the end for them. And Samsons, who hadn't really done anything too crazy so far in this game. I mean, it's been mostly melee, but 3K in the round. The driving force for their 5th, and now looking to try and get the 6th on the board. Some match and map points if they do find it. UT trying to stop now what has been a streak of 3 in a row. So needing something here. And you look across the team, I mean, everyone's sort of had a decent enough game so far. Someone just needs to have a round here. 3 or 4K. Again, said it in the first game as well. It's a spark. It's just someone to make things come to life for their defensive hold.
I mean, they have a pretty good lineup as well. As that's the funny bit. They have introduced now what technically a trio of operators to potentially battle as well that frontlining Monty on side. Despite the fact that it's only a 2 to 6, it's often just a presence that can be a very difficult one to get rid of. And so the introduction of Smoke, the Ella, the Frost can be a pretty good choice overall. But otherwise, yeah, oh, there's the first Ella mine that nearly derailed Side's push as well. But knowledge about the presence on the mezzanine will be a very crucial one to try to force things off. But I say that, a double from I don't have SSD, and Samsons is the one to shut it all down, but a little bit too little too late.
Massive kills there, and QUT. Well, on the defensive side now with the player advantage, so they can just fall back. They don't have to worry too much about pushing it forward. Side gets one, but Amiga with the immediate trade. So now it's left on to Samsons and Gantz. 2v3. Samsons had themselves quite a round in the last one. And getting information about where one of these players are as well. So if the peak comes in from some decent timing, Flash goes left. Trying to force that one out there, but now they're going to be called upon to do everything. Gantz is down, drop. Will be able to get themselves back up, and Samsons will get themselves the double.
Samsons.
Beautiful shot there on the fragger. And there is still a chance here.
Very much so, yes. Samson's just feeling in the... Oh, man, never mind. In the overall flow, does manage to get some coverage courtesy of Gantz, and both of them now being low at HP and not as much of a movement as well, courtesy of those frost mats, will allow Jada actually the best case scenario here to just try to hold things off.
Another nade as well, and those frost mats, the damage doing enough, but Gantz jumping in will get that kill! Somehow, some way, Swinburne come out on top. Gantz was even surprised about what happened, I reckon. And Swinburne will make it 6-2. Match and map points up on the board. And to think this match was tied at 2 apiece, 4 in a row for Swinburne. I mean, look at the scoreline. It kind of doesn't feel like it should be a 6-2, Cthulhu, but I mean, that's where we're sitting right now.
Absolutely so, yeah. Swinburne so far managed to really bring their A game, certainly having quite a fair few of the plan A's and plan B's going into the match, and well, the plan B being the Samson Gantz combo, it seems, on the attack, because that combo of players has been so far actually a pretty unstoppable ever since the conclusion of the first half in a 4-2. Really kind of just doesn't even have to really worry about anything else. It's nice and steady progression so far.
Yeah, and a lot of that has to be said off the back of Samson. Gantz as well coming through with that clutch up in the 1v1 there. Just doing enough. QUT, man, you can think of about 3 rounds that they absolutely could have taken. Doesn't quite work out. As I'm actually not sure where Jetta got shot from there.
I think that was friendly fire.
I was going to say, yeah.
Pretty certain it was friendly fire, unfortunately, there.
I was like, there's no way anyone from Swinburne's got into a position to shoot him yet, but you never know these days. Anyway, not exactly the start to the round they were after. Still, they're up. Swinburne openings here. I'm looking to try and find, well, 4 opportunities they've got here, Cthulhu, to close it out, and they'd like to do it in just 1.
I mean, they have all the tools and all the players ready to rumble. I'm liking the idea of the introduction of a RAM as well, just to get some vertical, or rather, more consistently vertical gameplay as well for the roster. So I wouldn't be surprised if going onwards we'll get to see some pretty curious angles to be found as well. On the side of QUT, though, I'm liking the introduction of the Tubarão Plus, the Maestro as well. Plenty of info gathering, potentially to some capacity utility denial, but yeah, for the most of it, this has been pretty straightforward push so far. Oh boy, wait. That was an unfortunate timing for SSD, as he nearly had the chance to get rid of Gans as well.
Yeah, it's always perfect. And
No,
it's
Jed,
just
no.
not Jenna's round. He steals himself after copping team damage earlier on. One's not going at any highlight reel as still 4v4 and going forward. Koopy will actually find Millie as well. Somehow lives. SSD's found Gans. What on earth has happened in the last 30 seconds? Billy ... Yeah, honestly, that about sums up what we've just seen there. Now, all of a sudden, side Fruct, the two players who really have been playing more of the, setup roles. They haven't particularly needed to be called upon for the frags. Well, now they must. Fragger and Cooper, or Koopy, I should say, are low, so they can do it. But QUT, I think here, are going to keep this one extending for possibly at least one more round.
Certainly a possibility for that, especially after side is peeking up a bit of a damage off that C4. The drop-in is there, nice and live. Not much of a contention over the Solarium stairs is arguably the one thing that I'm quite surprised about, but presence under the stairs is going to be quite a deceitful one, and I'm wondering if they have the knowledge of that. Oh, actually, a bit of the hunch. No, did not drone it out, and the shotgun comes on through, and it's a double for Fragger Frame, and you are very much correct, as we are extending at least by one more.
Yeah, I was going to say that Fragger, was half a step further forward, his foot was visible. You don't clear it, and Fragger is more than happy to oblige with the double. So, QUT, they breathe life into this one, if only temporarily, as we will go to our final ban here for both teams. Swinburne, well, I mean, they got the opener. They themed 5. Jetta killed themselves. QUT seemed to be crumbling at the seams, and then I honestly don't even know what happened in that 30 seconds. The QB versus Millie fight, that was an interesting one. Considering Millie as well has been fantastic so far this game. You wouldn't have really picked it if you just tuned in for that fight there. But, it happens.
Happens indeed, yeah. No, but that one was an awkward in any capacity sort of turnaround, no matter how you look at it, and certainly questioning a bit more of the reality maybe in some cases. But look, onwards and upwards potentially here for Swinburne as they get yet another opportunity here to try to bring it back. Hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit more proactivity here from them, and well, maybe getting caught off that hard though for side and Hund. Things been quite rather unfortunate, at least within the frame of this very round. Now, on the side of QUT though, I have to say they managed to really find the recovery and punish the opposition pretty well and pretty steadily off the back of the misplays. So at the very least, I have to very much commend QUT on that effort so far.
Now, needing to try and knock together 3 in a row here just to extend this one, or we're going to our favourite scoreline for week 1, which was 7-3. We saw this 3 out of the 4 games. So was it 5? It might have been half-half. But it was a scoreline we saw a fair bit of. So QUT, for them, was that just a one-off just to delay the inevitable? Or has that awoken something in this squad here? Mega playing around this shielding. And just hoping to see who is going to be coming through from Swinburne. This time around, bit of a slower approach on the outside, starting to make some headway in the drop in from now. So Fragger's going to be probably the first called upon and actually wants to take forward of this fight, firing shots not far off. Just lay back at the stairs for now. So, but a minute on the clock. No one yet to fall. Or a minute off the clock, I should say. No one yet to fall.
Reloading.
So far, bit of a calm before the storm as Swinburne seemingly looking to try to prod where exactly to go for the push. Already half a round though gone, so they need to make the decision pretty promptly. Oh, nearly caught catching the side of Fragger frame. Wanting to find a little bit more presence, but the line scan is really all for nothing, as for most of it, really, the defense is holding steady without any pressure whatsoever, so it felt like that line scan was a bit of a waste, but maybe now we'll get to see a little bit more presence. Megavex will need to be the one to respond here, potentially as the first one to catch some of the heat as well, but oh man, so much time has been already wasted, and Swinburne are seemingly running out of just any sort of potential and any sort of position and time to make the 7th point happen.
Yeah, I mean, for QT here, they don't particularly need to do a huge amount. It is just delay, 30 seconds. I mean, Swinburne, they're just nowhere near anything here. All grouped up together. I mean, Fragger could find themselves quite a number of kills. Miller's gone down. Oh, onto the mat as well. Samson's finally responds with a kill back for 20 seconds. I mean, you just don't have time. You have to absolutely bolt in. You don't have any angles to... Well, you can't really clear them properly. And the first one there, side's gone. That was the diffuser holding as well. 9 seconds. It's just not going to happen here. Fragger gets that one back. Furch with one, but that is it. Done and dusted for this round. UT keep this one going 6-4.
6-4, yeah. They so far kept things nice and steady. They didn't really decide to overextend or do anything. They're just playing exactly where they need to be without any extras, without any any flashy moves. They just holding steadfast, and that seemingly has actually stumped Swinburne team to the fullest, considering that they had so many opportunities to really put a bit of a hurt on the opposition and just unable to really find any resolve in that at all.
Yeah, and I mean, all of a sudden I thought we were almost closing this at a 7-2 scoreline, and just the switch up. It's going to happen, especially, I mean, in that round, and that round that's just gone previously as well. Just the way it sort of happened. I mean, Swinburne, I mean, QT weren't, I feel like, particularly doing a massive amount to hold them away, but they just didn't manage their time well at all. I mean, 60 seconds and you just haven't made any headway in towards the top floor. You're still trying to get down those stairs. And everyone's in the same position as well. Like, you're all making the same entrance points. There's no spread whatsoever. Like, the moment QT got the information, it's like, well, we don't really need to fight these ones. Or if we do, we can just fall further back. So, Swinburne, 2 opportunities wasted. Is it third time the charm to close this one out? Or QT going to make this all of a sudden a 1-round game and push this towards OT?
That's going to be the ultimate question mark here, I would have to say, because this one will be, I would argue, the one to really make that, well, make or break, really, for the team. EUT, they've been pretty steady. I have to give it to them. They've been really putting in the work. They've been slowly but surely, chipping away at the overall composure. And Swinburne, who had a pretty solid idea on how to make those pushes happen, seemingly just starting to play as if it's just a 5-stack of solo players for some odd reason. Now, the push between the Hund and the Samson are looking to just try to get the breach open. There is finally some utility for the flank watch, so hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of now presence out of Swinburne. And okay.
Start off here with an opener. There's waiting. So I was gonna say frag up. From down below. Mega actually responded onto Frutch, so it's back immediately to the 4v4. And now 60 seconds just about left on the clock here. More presence this time, and they have moved a bit further in here, Swinburne, but still, a lot to make deal with. Samson setting that one up just so they can go searching, see if they can get some more information to set the rest of their teammates up. But again, 60 seconds. Gantz this time at a Koopy. That's the one they were looking for. Now they can start to get forward. Now they can really push this aggression in.
They can indeed already, finally, with a breach open with 2 frags down. This might just be the round to take, and the plant is starting to go down. There is no congestion whatsoever, no C4s, no nothing really to bring on in, and yet another person bites the dust. It's all down to Fragger Frame and Jada to do it. Now Jada themselves as well, and that is decayed out of the game as well. Swinburne do take the best of 1 in their favor, and after what looked like a very scary prospect of them losing out the gas.
Yeah, I mean, letters are a hard thing to put together. QUT managed to really make something out of that game. It looked like that Swinburne were just going to sort of run away with it again for like a 7-2 they had from last week. It was in that position, but they can't quite bring the comeback all together. And for Swinburne, a solid game in the end. Some mistakes here and there, but they're the ones that come out with the win. They make themselves, still up towards the top of the table. And they're now 2-0 after 2 weeks. And unfortunately, on the other end, it's 0-2 for QUT.
Yeah, QUT so close, yet basically so far away, really, on their play. They've had a pretty solid idea with how to really approach this map, how to really make the play happen. It's just it is unfortunate that onwards from there is just there wasn't enough of the fuel in their ability to really find their frags, find their pushes, and go anywhere onwards from there. Their overall gaming, or rather their overall fragging ability has been relatively lackluster is probably for the lack of a better word. And going from here, I'm wondering what really needs to be done, because so far, by the looks of it, they've tried quite a few things, but it's just more so maybe it's the mechanical skill that has been failing them.
Yes, well, I mean, it is only week 2, so they've got some time to try and get things fixed up. But guys, we are going to go to a quick little break. When we return, match number 3 is coming your way, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. My name's Has Daddy Slim. I've got Cthulhu on the right side of me, and we are about to get underway here for game number 3, Cthulhu. But before we do, we've got to thank all of our beautiful sponsors who are putting this, or helping us put this together this evening.
Absolutely, yeah. Big thanks to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world. And AGON by AOC provides the best in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs.
Absolutely, they do. And shout out, of course, to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. Push performance to the limit with the latest in gaming tech. From high spec to precision gear, Officeworks has what you need.
As well as that, big shout out to Indomie as well, the noodle partner made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day, so try any of the flavors available today from your local grocer or at indomie.com.au as well.
And well, we hope you had your Indomie. You hope you have, set yourself up a little snack as we get ready to get into our third game of the evening, Cthulhu. UTS up against the University of Melbourne. Both of these squads, I was going to say the UTS team. Look, they didn't have the perfect start last week. They went down in a 2-7 fashion. And they're going to be trying to, rectify that one up against the University of Melbourne team, who had the opposite, a 7-2 victory. Looking very, very sharp across the board there. So, difference needs to be made as we have a look at our rosters.
Exactly that. Yeah, look, there's some interesting names so far. I haven't really got to see much of either of the rosters previously. But looking at least in terms of their overall performance, like you've highlighted, has University, MON rather, sorry, or rather UOM. What am I saying? UOM roster has had a pretty curious sort of turnaround. From what I can see, they managed to really secure themselves a nice 2-7, finally enough, against QUT, who just finished playing on Chalet at 7-2 on Clubhouse. Which I'm pretty keen to see how will they be able to translate into this matchup as well. On the side of UTS, it was a very unfortunate one against UQ. So it's a roster that it's a roster that should still very much be able to at least take some of the learnings and bring it into the next one. Considering though that UQ does bring the likes of Snow, Scars, and as well. So. No wonder why things were a little bit on the more dire side there for UTS.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone was here to start things off this evening, University of New South Wales ran into, of course, University of Queensland 7-0 in that regard. They were absolutely just blown out of the water. So the fact they got 2 rounds off them in the first week maybe points towards a turnaround here against University of Melbourne as our bands are coming through. For our first round, we are actually on Fortress, a map that we haven't seen so far to start off the Elite Series for 2026, and one that we don't usually see too much of competitive play either. We were having a chat about this, of course, Cthulhu, just before we came back in. It's sort of a map that teams take others to more to just mess with them in a sense. It's not really a lot of, let's say, teams set map picks if they're going to be going that certain way.
Yeah, it's one of those maps that you either ignore or try to avoid like fire, or you really bring on in as like, a bit of a spanner in the works where you have already sort of worked on it on a few occasions, and then you try to sort of, really reinforce your position going forward into some of the matches. So, look, I'm curious to see how either one of the rosters will be able to really bring on in. We do have a choice of a Caveira right off the rip, which is, look, I suppose, as a first round way to really switch things around in terms of momentum, that's not a bad idea. But this specific side on the top floor around the games room will be a very, very difficult one, considering just how many angles you have to contest. But in the same vein, also a lot of spots to work with for the offense.
We'll look to see who could make the runnings early on here. As UTS, of course, the 2-7 loss last week, looking to try and bounce back for their first win of this series. in the Elite One for 2026. University of Melbourne just continuing, or wanting to continue on. Most of the teams that have been in the 2-0 or 1-0 position have made it 2 in a row to start their week 2s off. So we're already seeing some, I guess, gaps opening up between the best and the rest when it comes to that top side. Is set, though, looking to try and turn the fortunes of their squad as they will find the opener. Yellow out of the action in the first 60 seconds.
The best want to lose as well, considering that that is your gridlock. That is the person that you would want to set up some sort of an anti-flank. With already the pressure starting to mount up, a fair few of the gunfights looking to get started nice and rapidly very soon. Set now already rotated around. So far, the defense from UTS has been a fairly passive one, but they don't really need to overextend. It seems like very much of a wall against the wall kind of round so far between UOM and UTS.
Ignite. Trying to this position, they are well aware that Lovewolf is just currently hanging out right now, passing information on their teammates, trying to get some drones out here, University of Melbourne, to try and push the rest forward. And just it's basically just delay and, well, take away sight lines from what else could happen here. So Evans is just starting to creep on forward. There's less than 60 seconds left, so no, I mean, headway are made at least with spacing, but they haven't cleared out major bits of utility just yet towards the sites. They've still got so many players to deal with in so many different angles. I mean, UTS, they're in a perfect position here.
Exactly that already. The smoke grenade starting to come on in. Halves is looking to really just try to slow things down. C4 is out. I believe just a little bit of damage onto the Monty to force him off the position, but 25 seconds to go. The action needs to really kick on off here as a swing to come on in from Evans, and unfortunately that does not set the motion in the right direction.
That it does it. As now set is down, but I mean, what else are you supposed to do at this point? Well, they're trying to help them out with a kill back, and Random has managed to find a few. Oh, Random! Whoa, way! Quad kill! Goes for the diffuser plant as well! How on earth has that happened? Sweet Red Jam! Has to be thinking, what on earth have I got myself into? A 1v2? I thought UTS for the team kill. It was a bit of a laugh. It's anything but. It's an absolute disaster. And Random has pulled off what is possibly some of the greatest work in a 4K I think I've ever seen. And the ace is still very much possible.
The ace is certainly very, very much available there. No, Histian is the one to take away the opportunity of an ace. But, oh man, UTS, you had such a phenomenal setup, and then just the lineup for the collateral is absolutely a tilter and a half.
I have to go back and watch that after this because, oh my lord, that just... The amount of things that have to go wrong in that sense for it to all happen, that's not taking anything away from Random. But man, UTS, what a round to let slip through your fingers early on. Not what you needed. And University of Melbourne, I mean, that is confidence building. It's a team lifter. Random's got himself absolutely all, everything firing off. Whew, I mean, you won't see that every day.
Oh, no, not at all. I mean... Courtesy of UTS, I would imagine that they would not want to see this sort of stuff ever again happen to them, because that is the prime example of the round that slipped away in the most violent way probably possible, really. And going onwards, well, I don't even know how to really, put it as just try not to do it, I guess. Because this is how you basically throw your rounds away, throw your momentum away, and throw your mental as well on top of it all.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that kind of works when it comes to, UTS, it's the first round. You can at least recover a fair bit. You've got time. If that's in a position where it's where it's 5-5, and then next one in is you're getting map and match points, and you lose that type of round. I mean, that would be ultra devastating. But all things considered, if they just do what they did in the last round for most of it, they're absolutely going to get themselves on the board. But University of Melbourne, a gift handed over. Random was more than happy to receive it. It was definitely had to be worked for nonetheless. And now looking to make it a 2-0. And University, the UTS squad, just trying to bounce back after a horror ending to that last round.
Oh yeah, horror ending indeed. Already Luftwolf has been already tagged quite heavily as well. The flank watch is being set up with the Claymores as well, though it would be one hell of a flank if that does come to fruition. Set is the one to actually find a frag, but only to get traded out. And as of now, well, Random taking a bit of a crossfire damage. Minute 20 remaining. There is still quite a fair bit of utility to work with, but right now UTS are actually praying for something a little bit more close range, considering the lineup that they have introduced.
60 seconds left on the clock. Random holding these angles. Christian, was getting set to get the breach going, but just delayed for a second. These angles, Ignite. Solid spot there. Sweeper Jam making moves underneath in the meantime. So UTS being quite proactive. Again, they're in a solid position. I mean, 40 seconds. They haven't made the massive inroads they want, University of Melbourne. This is going to be a very difficult hit to still come in. They'll just need to find shots, need to find angles, and are they even going to be presented to them?
Well, that's the ultimate question. You could ask as well. Well, opportunity certainly is very much there. The Finker and everything else is there. There is an opportunity, or rather was an opportunity for Finker to res the defender, or rather the attacker back, but so much time has been already wasted. 6 seconds remaining. The push needs to happen. Luftwolf is the one to get the halves, and no planned denial just yet, and the swing comes on through. The Finker does get the job done. It's all down to Sweet Red Jam once again. The down is there. There's the shot. There's the pistol kill. Now a flank around with the timer ticking against the Caveira player.
I think that should have been spotted. Sweet Red Jam trying to jump on top of this. Of course, they can't. They'll get the kill. Triple from Sweet Red Jam. And UTS respond this time around. They're the ones to get the job done when they're in a situation where numbers aren't against them, or are against them in this case. And exactly what they're after. And University of Melbourne, there was the 2-0, the perfect start they could have asked for. Doesn't quite come together. So we sit tied at 1 apiece after 2.
1 apiece, oh man. Yeah, this has been a very, very odd so far beginning to a match, I have to admit. Both rosters been able to really fight back, and between the absolute horror show that was the one that was the round number 1, and then switching over to the horrors of the round number 2 with Caveira clutching it all up at the end eventually. Oh man, UTS playing definitely a bit of a game of tug of war here, it seems, in terms of how momentum goes.
Well, that's what we're going to see come together here. I mean, it's been such swings of the momentum so early on, back and forth, and seemingly sort of just like what we saw in the last match as well, where both teams early on they got that 1-1. You could have really almost flicked a coin in the air and said that UTS or University of Melbourne could have had either of those rounds, but the fact it stands at 1-1, I feel like is a pretty solid representation of where we stand at the moment. A set going to be playing along stairs side here, controlling both upper and the lower floors as UTS trying to get themselves the 2 in a row here. University of Melbourne back in the driver's seat with this attack, and we haven't, again, the pace for them, it's been probably just a bit slow. I mean, twice they've had to desperately get that diffuser plant down. They've still managed to almost go out top with both, but I was going to say using Yellow early on could be trouble, but Historian has managed to actually grab one back, so just like that, if they get Yellow up here, it should be a 5v4 situation.
Certainly so. Well, hopefully, yeah, they will be able to. And in fact, Yellow is back into the play. The double shield combination certainly is not a bad choice at all. The secondary hard breach starting to come on into the play as well to keep on forcing some of the engagements and forcing the crossfires to happen as the play there is certainly there. No, gotta protect the feet. And well, for Luftwolf, this is a very quick conclusion. So is Evans as well. Baronitron is just absolutely digging into the opposition, and UOM's offense just fail in a matter of seconds before any further push through those breaches could have been really done.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, it's been a sort of tale of one person from each round standing up with a 3K, 4K, whatever it might be. Although, at least here for University of Melbourne, you've got your two top fraggers still alive. Minute left on the clock, so they're absolutely still a chance in this one. Histian and Random, what can they find here as halves? Probably be the first one to take this fight here. You'd have to imagine Rishion would be pretty close to finding something else as well. But again, this is the perfect spot for UTS. They don't need to really aggress too far forward. They can just play around the bomb sites. And with another one, Mauritian, well, we said we almost got an ace in the first. It won't happen again. 2 quads, though, in 3 rounds is something you don't see every day. Histian now needing some sort of miracle. Angle being watched from all ends and shots firing out, but they're not going to find too much here. Down low, and it is just a matter of time before this round is done. Haas confirms it, and we are done and dusted for round number 3.
Round number 3, indeed. Well, UTS managed to really set themselves into the very right pacing there for the play, and yeah, like you highlighted, honestly, the ability to keep on just stringing out those multi kills has certainly been quite a feat to accomplish on both ends, as a matter of fact. So, look, yeah, first round went to through a bit of a miraculous turnaround, really, let's face it, with Random being able to score himself and a play of, honestly, over the season, I would argue, at least for now. And then after that, it's the absolutely maddening hold that so far just happened in that round number 3, courtesy of Frost. Honestly, I'm a little bit puzzled here, considering that there were so many openings. There were so many amazing positions with how the attack could have really approached it. And at the end, it felt like they just sort of decided, oh yeah, look, let's just, do what we do just by ourselves and call it a day. And doing what they do by themselves resulted in their own demise there, which feels like it was a heavily miscalculated play. And honestly, having some sort of a coordination, just, whilst one is applying pressure, whilst Monty was there, go for the pressure towards the breach. You had that wall open. You had the opportunity to drone out. Don't force the Monty to get into the engagement as well, whilst you don't have anyone else to back him up, because there were so many mistakes that were made that could have been easily avoided and would have actually converted the round into the UTS favor as well. But in reality, it was just a misplay after misplay and after misplay, and the defense were able to just punish them in variety of ways. And this says, just a bit of an unfortunate turnaround, I have to say, for UTS.
Yeah, I mean, looking on paper, they almost should probably have the first 3 rounds on the board to them. So, look, overall, they've got to be... I was going to say for the ones there. I mean, University of Melbourne, there's been good solo plays, and you can say it's the same thing for UTS in a lot of sense, but they just seem to have a little bit more cohesion when it comes to the team. If you forget about how the ending of that first round happened, these next 2 have been a lot more solid. They are delaying quite well. They're putting pressure where they need to early on, which is forcing UAM to get into those fights where needed. Yes, they've managed to win a couple of those duels out, but then it's just like that fight that happened down below there, like 3 players, you just get absolutely nothing. And all of a sudden, you have to look towards, Yarlow, Luftwood, Evans. They've only got the 2 kills between 3. Yes, it's good that Histian and Random are out tonight. They've had a fantastic start here. but this isn't something that's going to be able to keep them together if you have 3 players on your team that aren't just finding the frags. Because UTS, yeah, Renishion had the 4 kills last round, but he was only on 1 before that. He's up to 5 now, set 3, halves, Sweet Red Jam. Geek Knight's really the only one that hasn't found too much so far when it comes to that fragging ability, but at the same time, they are playing a different role to where they aren't needed for that as much. So that's fine when you have just the one there. For University of Melbourne, you have 3 of those players who are just like Geek Knight at the moment, and that's just not going to get the job done. So a few of these players need to get themselves in the game. They have that sort of tech pause to technically reset a little. I mean, you're not really able to chat much about the game, Cthulhu, but maybe they'll be able to change their mental a bit as we are 30 seconds in to round number 4 here.
Yeah, well, you're very much right on the point there. Has some sort of motion needs to happen here on the side of UOM. And, well, speaking of motion, Istian is the one that is trying to actually push through that very said motion. Geek Knight taking quite a fair bit of damage right outside the site. And I'm liking what I'm seeing once again from UOM. We are getting a little bit more of just overall momentum, some overall sort of knowledge of what to really play. Finally, the breaches are starting to come on through. Now the question being is, can we deal with the roam? And, oh, Yalos nearly paid with his life, and that's a double to come on through, set and halves out of the equation, meaning that not only you have the one of the 2 roamers out of the equation, that's also your plant denial gone.
And University of Melbourne Office are going to get aggressive. Parisian, though, is able to get that one back. Random put out of the round. Problem is, they're all so low. Parisian still gets themselves another double, so they're having a bit of a round. Histian, though, responds with 2 big ones there. Sweet Red Jam. I mean, 3 players are low. The problem is they're only a 1 tap themselves. We saw something pretty special a few rounds ago. Not this time. Luftwolf shuts it down. And University of Melbourne responds. So it is a bit of a back and forth to start this one here on Fortress. We sit at 4, well, after 4 rounds, 2 apiece. And, well, I feel like everything I sort of just said leading into that round, Cthulhu, immediately just gets kind of thrown out the window again.
Well, I mean, yes and no. To be fair, UOM's mistakes were very much still valid in every capacity. They need to still, you know, whilst this round was very much needed and, you know, much more coordinated, they need to keep up this sort of performance now. They finally set themselves the correct standard to, you know, really how to counter UTS game, and the counter for that is very much just, well, kill the roamers. Kill the roamers as quickly as possible without suffering too many of the losses, and then, well, go for the actual plant. And this time they had a dedicated person to hunt down the roamers, to go for the play, and they had the plan B as well for it. So this is the ideal sort of path to potential success. Call it the win condition here for UOM. Shut down any sort of movement, force UTS to stay in one place, and then go for the eliminations as well. On the side of UTS, though, that's completely the polar opposite. Now you have Sweet Red Gem that has been forced off the Caveira position, off that, I guess, in certain capacity, a goofy sort of pick, into something a little bit more serious. The Denari is an excellent choice where you want to have a little bit of roaming, but you also want the utility that can really back up your roam game or the anchor game. So with that said, they have a good lineup for a bit more of an anchor hold, though I would be still expecting Baronatron and Sweet Red Jam to be going on a much needed roam as well, and maybe backed up by Set as well.
That one. Laughworth, I think, spotting the couple there. I'm thinking the drone was... actually not sure if it actually was destroyed, so possibly something to use a bit later on, but the 60 seconds done. Staying outside, just firing those shots as they start to make their way in towards these sides. And Yellow's got to be careful. I mean, you're going forward here with that diffuser on your back. Yeah, with their teammates, don't have to worry about it as much. Halves in a really awkward spot right now. You can just sort of feel they know the position he's sort of in, already down to half HP, and now you're playing with that shotgun up close. You're hoping that you just get a reaction timing on someone pushing forward on top of you. Not sure if it's coming yet. You just want to try and get a few more of these nades out, at least to delay a little bit longer. But they're in a awkward spot. Still, University of Melbourne, got to make some inroads. 60 seconds left on the clock now.
60 seconds indeed. Push is about to come on through, and it is off the back of a lion scan. Let's see if Evans and the rest of the team will be able to really press on up. No, C4 instead to shut things down. No more of the lion scans. No more of the, just any of the shutdown of the movement. Set is ready to swing, and that's the unfortunate turnaround here for the Blackbeard player. As Set is now looking for yet another crossfire between himself and Halves, and well, his position has been now revealed. Swing is good for one, not for two, but it's all done and dusted. 1v4, and even that is not going to be allowed to happen anytime soon. UTS are very nice and confident now in terms of their swings, in terms of their holds, and certainly posed to potentially score themselves that 4th point.
Yeah, and just take that little bit of a gap into the second half. It's, well, every time University of Melbourne, it seems like they've got everything going on the attack. UTS have responded nicely with these defensive rounds here, and now good position to try and find that 4th. And, well, I mean, like, you're coming down to the final minute. They hadn't really cleared out enough. I got the angles. I mean, Haas was the only one that had sort of been chipped away with damage, and then when they were put into the fights, didn't work out. I mean, it started out with Geek Knight finding that opener with the C4, which it always just puts you immediately on the back foot. And then from there, UTS win the fights, knock them down. In the end, almost flawless. So, the University of Melbourne. I mean, that's what they've done well so far, is at least the responses for most of this. Around with their shutout there. A good chance now to try and even it up, a 3 apiece before they switch over to their own defensive end.
Exactly that. Well, on the side of UOM, seemingly deciding to actually back away from the double shield setup in favor of doubling down on the hard breach utility, which feels a bit odd, to say the least, just given that it was a pretty good idea. Theoretically, you have a lot more of the safety ground, and if you play your cards right with the shields, you can really be a very unstoppable force. But seemingly, with all of this, they have been very much losing out on their opportunities. They seem to get a little bit too trigger happy on some of the gunfights and wanting to get a little bit more proactive, a little bit too early. Certainly, that cost them a lot of the opportunities and a lot of the rounds. Are already Baronatron once again gets the better of random, and that is your Hibana out of the equation somehow through the wall as well. Geek Knight gets absolutely shut down, and the man is just having an absolutely unfortunate turnaround.
It's not been their night so far. Still plenty to go, it seems, as Yarlo, speaking of someone who hasn't had a massive night so far, they're getting it done. Evans on the Borussian, who tries to come in late. Sweet Red Jam again is called upon. Another clutch up required. It was a 1v3, now a 1v2, and they do have the HP behind this. Evans' life was quite low as well, but Evans is watching that angle. And we go even. After the first half, 3 apiece. University of Melbourne get that 3rd thereafter, as we now swap sides.
You indeed get to swap sides now, 3-all at the end of it all, and my prediction for the earlier saying that UTS may just have the 4-pointer, and well, unfortunately for UTS, very fortunate for UOM, didn't actually come to fruition. But from here on, how do we really get to see this being played on out? Because I'm not entirely sure if I'm confident now in UTS's attack. So, oh yeah, the shield ban. I feel the double shield ban to come on out, honestly. I am very patiently waiting for that to happen.
I don't think we've seen it tonight, which is surprising, because it was, well, I guess one of those things that used to happen. Not quite. That goes to Cade with the man there, and Snake is taken out of the equation. So here we go. Second half, we are perfectly poised in this game here. It's Been the closest we've had so far out of our 3 this
by
evening.
attackers.
And perhaps, Cthulhu, we have a possible OT on the cards. Yet to happen. Through a week and now a half of games. But seems these two teams, they're pretty similar so far.
Yeah, they definitely playing in a very sort of similar sort of back and forth play here as well for themselves. It's been a very much of a seesaw in terms of the overall pacing and the overall sort of momentum between the rosters. Unable to really solidify much of a momentum either, from maybe 1 to 2 rounds being strung in. But looking at the overall choice that UTS are bringing in, it's a bit more of a, I guess, call it proactive sort of lineup. We get to see one set Hard Breacher that is Baronatron on Ace, an excellent choice as well. Good gun, good amount of utility to top it all off. Then you have the Dokubi as well for a bit of cheeky roam clear to boot. And after that, it's the flank watch, your entry fragger, plus the blitz as well to boot, and doubling down on just the sheer abundance of the laser traps as well is going to be quite a interesting prospect to keep an eye out for. So from here onwards, I'm wondering, how will UOM be able to respond to this?
That's the question for them. First offensive round here. Hello. Going alive in that last round before the switch. Hoping to continue on with a few more frags early on here. Just around that sort of, you would really call it a lurk when you're on the defensive end, but trying to make sure that no lurkers make any appearances here for UTS, as it will actually be a drop down there, so not sure who it was said it was Histian sent down, so they've actually got very aggressive here. Interesting spot. The problem they're going to have is they don't particularly have the backup, and now the shield spotting it, and Set shuts it down. Although, Random has managed to find one immediately back on the Geek Knight.
At least being able to shut down the blitz is a pretty okay trade on out, considering that for the defense they would want to ensure that nothing more does really get to slip in through. Random had the very solid anchor spot from here on. Sweet Red Jam and Co. Things could get a little bit more dicey as to what they want to do or how they want to do it, because yes, they managed to establish themselves a decent foothold, but what do they do from there with all this time and with all these positions? Just waiting for the breaches to happen. I'm curious as to where exactly this leads, as Ash decides to go in for a solo swing. No utility, no nothing, no logic bombs either, and that's your your gridlock gone as well. Where's the utility, UTS?
Oh, it's non-existent now, and those swings are just going to have to hit if they go in for these fights. And Sweet Red Jam, well, there's one person who's going to do it. It might be them, Evans, so immediately with the shutdown, the numbers are going to possibly win out, if not the time at this point. 5 seconds and counting, and UTS are nowhere near this. In fact, they hundreds of miles away from even getting close to this one. And University of Melbourne, a very solid start to the defensive end. They shut out the attackers. And, yeah, UTS, well, you know, it's the first round. You can switch things up now. You've sort of figured out what doesn't work, but it doesn't really bode well for the rest of the half if that's going to continue to happen.
Oh, not at all, yeah. This could get pretty dicey pretty quickly. They're not too careful about their executions, and UOM actually managed to hold on extremely well on their end. The defense really just didn't really have to do a whole lot, really, when it comes down to the performance that was required there. They managed to just keep it nice and steady. They wasted just about enough time. They forced the offense to really go for more hastier decisions, and that's where really the play managed to really accumulate for themselves. They forced the dire situation, and after that it was just, well, the rest is history, really.
That it is UTS. How do they respond here as we head into round number 8?
Looking out.
UOM, very solid opening defensive round. And Luftwolf and Evans both, I mean, everyone's playing mostly around these sites. No upper level presence by the looks of things. UTS should be able to get some decent ground early on. Say, position here. Random's not a bad spot for these later fights. Making sure they clear out absolutely everything if they do need to make that getaway. They go between the two. Walls starting to be broken. Steps being made here from UTS. Are they able to find the opener here? Histian going to be probably involved in one of those first fights, and whether or not they have someone to get them out becomes a bit of an issue. But 60 seconds, as it stands, it's still at 5-5. Oh.
Well, you were saying 5-5, now 5-4. The Caster Curse strikes yet again here as that one was quite an unfortunate turnaround for Evans, and a very fortunate one on the side of Sweet Red Jam and Co. As that's another one that bites the dust. The DMR trying to ring on out, and well, the Retero drone will be forcing some of the positions away. This is the perfect time now to make the said push, to really force out some of the positions. And Random, well, he gets to really play off his position back again. He still has the safety. Nobody's contesting him as well either on the vertical game, so he is very much nice and pretty. The flashbang doesn't really reach either. You have to be a whole lot closer with that one. You have to be a whole lot ballsier with the push, so Geek Knight will get to fall back.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Random is allowed to reposition, and even with the low health, gets that second kill, and just like that, things swing against UTS once again. 60 seconds left on the clock. They need to make their way forward. They've done enough damage here. But this is where you look at halves. You look at Geek Knight. And Geek Knight's just really going to be playing that positioning forward. Try and set up Sweet Red Jam. And then for halves, you just need a kill from them to try and get a clean plants here. And oh no, Geek moves out of the way at the worst possible time. Sweet Red Jam maybe gets picked up here. Even if they do, all HP basically gone. And I think they'll just allow this to happen. Histian almost gets the timing, but 20 seconds, there's just no time. They're not anywhere, really, again, close to seemingly getting a plant down. And UOM still have the utility. Halves is gone. Any presence over the other side is done. And so is this round, seemingly. Geek Knight and Sweet Red Jam do what they can, but Yarlo comes in and finishes the job. And University of Melbourne, these first two defensive rounds have been incredibly solid.
Oh yeah, they've been absolutely phenomenal, honestly. The way how that all pacing been absolutely handled by them has been absolutely clinical, really. And moving onwards, there's not really much of a response out of UTS. Seemingly the defense has been really leaving them stumped and not really allowing any real advancement in any capacity. And now we get to see yet another reiteration of the halves is looking to introduce the Bravo to try to maybe hack some of the electronics. But I mean, you're looking at this roster. At best, you're able to hack the ADSs and the Aruni gates. For that matter, those are arguably one of the more negligent ones. Well, maybe the ADSs getting taken out of the way. That's great. That's awesome. But Bravo feels like such a heavy mismatch here that at this point you're better off introducing somebody like an IQ, so that way at least you would have some more secondary utility. But regardless, that is going to get stuck out, and instead Geek Knight is introducing a Deimos in hopes of finding himself some more options for the info gathering.
Well, that's what they're hoping for, because they're about to run out of them if they somehow find themselves down 6-3 here after such a close opening half. UTS, well, they've fallen flat for the first two. There's still time to try and change things around here, but you almost have to get this one here to stop University of Melbourne making their way to 6. Match and map points would be on the board. So who is it going to be? You look towards the players. I mean, the set has definitely come alive more. Boro's been able to find a lot. Most of that, though, was on their defensive half. Sweetbread Jams had some clutches, but now you look at halves, you look at Geek Night, it's just... Well, it's not been their night so far, but it's just the one round here, Cthulhu. The one moment, just to swing momentum. That's what they need.
Exactly that. Momentum, in fact, needs to be swung, and swung wide open. Random is looking to try to do his absolute darn best to just keep this in the running, and in fact, he will be. That's set out of the equation. That's your big entry fragger now out of the equation and gone. Now forcing UTS to really start thinking as to, well, what do we do? Goyo now being targeted by Deimos. Information is there, but no vertical... Oh, wait, no, pardon me. I've spoken a little bit too soon. Geek Knight very much has the angle, and a very naughty one whilst at it, to find the shot onto Evans, and so is Luftwolf gone. All of a sudden, 3-all scoreline in round number 9 is feeling a little bit more possible now. Now they need to really start pushing in. Now they need to start, droning in. Take, 10 or so seconds to get the immediate droning out and done and dusted. But no, instead it's a smoke grenade that is being sent out, and now it's the crossfires. Where are you going, Histian?
Yeah, Histian kind of caught off guard, but Random is able to respond. So now 2v2. But they've swung this back from a 5v3, so this is very possible now. Oh, off to the other side, but Random, once again, he's been a menace for them so far this game in the clinical moments. A 3K, he's already had 4 as well. There was a moment there for halves. They're just half a second too late, though. And now Yarlo turns around. There's a chance here on the timings if he finds this, but Yarlo's aware to it now. Half still hits it, though. Random doesn't quite hit the initial spray, but still finishes the kill. It's messy, but it's 3 on the trot for University of Melbourne. And now it's 3 match points as well.
Ooh. Oh, man. Match point and series point as well for UOM. The ban phase now coming on through after an absolute tilter of a turnaround for UTS. UOM, though, rising back up after what was a fairly back and forth and a very uncertain first half. Their defense is certainly looking very, very promising. Deimos out of the equation. It's honestly, well, it feels like a bit of a knee-jerk reaction considering that the Deimos only really started working in that last round, but otherwise a very justified decision to ban out the Aruni considering how potent Random has been on her, and now a swap over to a Rook. If anything, this is a bit of a throwback to to some of the older days, but also just in general, that pick allows you to have so much more flexibility in terms of how you swing and how confident you are because of how the boost in HP, and then the dock to boost that. I mean, look, if we were still playing in the old versions of Siege, this would be considered arguably one of the most toxic combinations you could find, as back in the day, MP5, ACOG, Rook, and Dock would be plaguing the playing field.
Days of old Cthulhu. I can't really say I have the memories because, if I'm being honest, wasn't really touching Siege back then, but I do recall Rook being something that was just... Well, I mean, it was...
League of Legends.
League of Legends, indeed. And perhaps we only get to see it the one time because University of Melbourne have the opportunity to shut this all down now. It'd be a flawless defensive half, which... I mean, it's kind of strange. You look at the spread of kills across the board. Yes, it's starting to widen out after that last round, but a lot of this for play, it's relatively similar. So, UTS, unfortunately for them, it's not been the start to the second half, and they might not have a chance to rectify it, although Histian, once again, this time caught more off just from pushes, and oh, well, if there's going to be one person to pull this back, it is Boro. They're up to 13, and they are desperately trying to drag UTS back into this one.
Oh, yeah. Boro has been doing a lot of work here to try to push it all. I mean, 13-7 is a formidable scoreline here, but one would hope that the rest of the team is able to really now, get their motion as well rolling right after that set. Is a little bit uncertain about where to really go, how to really play this, and Frag Grenade coming on in to get rid of the Zenari tripwire, and that should be allowing the push to happen. But one would hope that there isn't any sort of crossfire being done, because Halves is already out of the equation. Oh no, pardon me, no, got the pick back on up, but set a little bit overextended now, pays with his life.
Feel like surely they've done enough of the yellow. Oh, I was going to say there was a chance there for half a second. Nade will going to force them back, and the angles are in such an awful spot, but they hit that beautifully. Borrow take it out, and when you've got random up as well, UTS, this round is far from over for you. 60 seconds. This is where you can't panic. Just reset. You've still got some time. Get that diffuser plant. Get the job done. University of Melbourne, they'll play with this, so the longer this goes for them, the more pressure they put back onto the attackers.
Exactly that. Well, 41 seconds remaining. Random looking to, dig the enemy's graves, it seems, as yet another one bites the dust. Geek Knight is gone. Well, rather about to be gone. Well, seemingly I'm looking into the future, it seems, and Sweet Red Gem is gone as well. That's all done and dusted, just like that. It is all up to Random, and the man, the myth, the legend, absolutely wrecks all of the prayers and hopes of UTS for any sort of comeback. And that is it. That is game.
That is game, man. What a way to finish it as well. Seemingly UTS had just sort of figured out what they were putting together, UOM on the defensive end, but just as you think it's all sort of come together, maybe they can start forming some sort of comeback. Cthulhu, it all just faded away in front of them.
Yeah, very much so. Fizzled away in a very rapid succession, and without much of a return on any sort of effort or return on any investment. A bit of an upsetting, actually, turnaround. I have to say, UTS had such a promising beginning, and even that 3-3 scoreline was still spelling a great potential for them. But ever since we did go into the second half, the response was basically equal to nil.
Yeah, not much there, unfortunately. So, guys, we are going to go to a break. When we return, our final game of the evening is going to be upon us, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed that little break. My name's Daddy Slim. I'm with Cthulhu, and we are about to get underway for our final game of the evening here on a broadcast. It has been an interesting one throughout, but finally we are here at our final bit, or destination, one might say. It's the University of Newcastle up against the team of LTU La Trobe Uni. Cthulhu, these two squads ready to get into this one here. University of Newcastle, of course, with a loss last week, a fairly decent one in the 7-3 bracket. Also, on the other end of La Trobe University unable to get through with a win. So both are fighting for their first win on broadcast tonight. And we have, of course, our 5 on each side. They're going to be trying to make that happen for both the teams here.
Exactly. So, yeah, look, LTU, a roster that I haven't really heard as much about, apart from the one and only Owen making his appearance on AEL yet again. The man is, carries quite a fair bit of a veteran status as well in the OCE. And otherwise, honestly, it's a pretty new roster. LTU certainly have been having a bit of a rough turnaround, especially right off the back of the day one, considering that they lost 2-7 to Swinburne roster, and now looking to really bounce back as well. So honestly, I'm keen to see how both of these rosters will really work out, as UON also came in with a pretty decent attempt, but just unfortunately couldn't really do much back on day one on Chalet. So hopefully maybe on this side we'll get a little bit more of an opportunity to see them shine.
Yeah, and of course that game was against Macquarie Uni, another team that is filled with a lot of presence in the Challenger and Pro scene of the OC circuit at the moment. Nuki, ACOG, Shav, Chef, Jeff, Tinsel even has been sort of around. Like, it's a very strong squad, that one, Macquarie, who we haven't actually seen tonight. They've been off broadcast, but we'll have some results from their ones later on after this. So possibly if Newcastle, they're able to bounce back. The fact they got 3 rounds off them last week maybe goes to show there's a bit there, but the bands are coming in. And we've got Azami, and I believe that was Blackbeard to disappear off first.
Yeah, Azami and Blackbeard are certainly a pretty solid 2 set of bands. Azami does make things a whole lot more flexible, especially on a map like Fortress, where you do have quite a fair bit of flexibility in terms of what kind of defense do you want to set up. And, for that matter, with her out of the equation, things will be a little bit more, I guess, call it linear. On the side of, though, the second set of bands, the Blitz and a Mirror to come on through. The double shield band does certainly impose a pretty interesting question here. How will LTU be able to really approach this attack, whether they are looking to lean into maybe even a Monty pick eventually, or even, dare I say, a Fuse pick as well with a shield. But otherwise, as of now, on the side of defense, I am quite curious to see how the lack of the Azami, lack of Mirror as well, will be able to reflect here, considering that specifically Mirror would be a pretty powerful pick, should it be allowed.
That's what we'd imagine. Setups begin for our final game of the evening. And, looking at the squads here, of course, Owen's sort of the standout for the La Trobe Uni squad, but again, surrounded by, you'd say, a lot of sort of newcomers in the sense that haven't really been playing in the massive competitive environments. So he's there more as a mentor presence, while also maybe having to do a bit of heavy lifting as well. But we'll see what they're able to put together in, what should be a pretty interesting end to our night, which has had highlights, it's had lowlights, it's had just about everything you could ask for here, Cthulhu.
Exactly that. Ping drone skill as well, already being pointed out. Oh, look, it's one of those, look, a strawberry.
I've had kids, I guess, getting distracted. That's actually going to get a kill. They're looking at the strawberry skin, bang, dead.
Yeah, that's a maddening distraction opportunity there. Honestly, we might be seeing some strats being developed. It's just, oh, look, attention span. Oh, look, a pink skin.
Yeah, get him now.
Oh well. Plenty of information is being gathered. Owen is already rushing into the action, wanting to get some sort of swinging going. And here he might actually get a pretty good reign of his own opportunity. The timing on him switching angles as well is absolutely clinical. Does manage to actually find himself a kill onto Sword Era. And that is a big opener as well. With Mozzie out of the equation, that's your C4 gone and out as well. So onwards from here, ZQK, C4 in, only damages the shield. There is a reswing coming on in, courtesy of Adif as well. And as of now, well, not much else has been done apart from the breaches starting to happen. And now a very exposed position at the bunks, resulting in a frag.
Okay. It's another, and just like that, Strobe Uni slowly making their way forward with good progress, and also with the 2 kills behind that as well. The Def spotting that shield. Nades go up for it. They're not really able to stop too much of this forward momentum. They have to keep falling back closer and closer to the sites, and all of a sudden, Potatoes, this fight that was seemingly about to happen becomes huge, but the rest of LTU, they've grouped up. 50 seconds on the clock. They've done the hard work to start this round, but can they finish it off?
Certainly the question ultimately here. Viquify does get the better of Nabil as well. Adif dancing around the shield, wanting to keep things pressured as much as possible, as that does force Hamfish to play at a very much of a 45-degree angle here to just keep things rolling. Owen does get traded out eventually, but now it's the time for the pressure. Now it's the time for the push. Where are the other players? Where is the coverage from Mythic as well? Because Hamfish is now forced to fall back, and it is all just a fall apart. LTU had the setup of a lifetime and just absolutely stalled out there.
Yeah, they almost did it to themselves a bit. I mean, like, you don't want to rush things. You want to just keep the pace around where you want to, at least. Like, you don't want to throw it all in and just go, oh, you know, we've got a 5v3. Let's just all push, bang, 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 you're all dead. But, I mean, it ended up happening in that way, just sort of, as you said, stalled out in the sense that they got all that momentum, they got all that spacing, and then just sort of shut down with what they really wanted to do there.
Yeah. That's the one, yeah. Fizzled the weight and shut down. Fortunately for them, now that's all that could have been really organized from there onwards. I'm wondering now what else can really be could have really been done on that end, because there's so many positions that can be really utilized here to just make it an absolute nuisance to really play with. And well, for LTU, Latrobe University, they'll need to start figuring out what else can they do, because once again, I think, well, whilst Owen's been doing his job pretty well and being able to, oh man, that was a bit of a rough one for Adif there for a second. But whilst the LTU were, or at least Owen, yeah, making the pushes happen and, you know, trying to find that opener and find the opportunity for the rest of the team to really push in, the rest of the roster I feel like the moment they lose the overall sort of hold on the situation, the moment they lose the leadership, or rather the physical leadership of Owen, it just all crumbles apart. So his survival is very much key here, I feel.
Yeah, and you sort of saw what Sordero did with that opening fight as well, because he's probably aware that Owen's going to be, you know, playing that leader forward position. So, like, as he said, well, actually, in the chat was that, you know, surprised he wasn't on the shielding, because I guess for Owen's point of view is, do you go for that shielding bit so you're the one who can sort of get the spacing for your team and then rely on them to hit the shots, and maybe he doesn't quite have that confidence that his teammates are going to be able to sit those consistently. So you put Hamfish on it, you sort of just direct him in the way that you want to put him forward, then you're able to play for something a bit more aggressive. You're the one who's able to take those picks off the shielding, and then you can start to work into these sides. And again, it worked for a period there in that first round, but the moment they sort of lost Owen, and when they didn't have that sort of idea of where they wanted to go next, that's where it all fell apart. So it's one thing to get domination that leads into the start of the round here, Cthulhu, but it's the ending that might really work against Latrobe here.
Yeah. For Latrobe as well, you know, if Owen wants to be proactive about the swings and everything else, you can really play that way as well. I mean, you introduce the... Oh, man. Unfortunately, fell as well there really quickly. But I was about to say, you know, if you want to really reinforce Owen's play, bring in the Dokubi, bring in, you know, a lot of the passive ones that you can direct even from a remote position. And here is just, oh man, it is such a rough position to be in for LTU, because it is all gets picked apart at the most disgusting angles possible. And yeah, ZQK is the one to wrap it up for yet another round. But man, I have to say this has been a very, very dire sort of position where they trying so heavily to just push themselves out to get themselves some sort of a good progress, but it's almost all for nothing, really.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, that round is even worse than what we saw, at least from the beginning. It doesn't bode well from what we've seen. Where you're going to see that improvement, unfortunately. And again, the same thing here as well is like, yes, you're going to get a more read of your defensive end of what University of Newcastle is setting up. But it's also a bit of vice versa, where University of Newcastle are already getting a solid idea of what LTU are sort of trying to plan with their attacks. And it's mostly been group up. It's, you know, the five sort of have to go together. And maybe in this circumstance, Owen has to sort of play more of a lurking, or just like that one-off role where they have to make as much noise as possible and win fights in the other one to take numbers away from University of Newcastle, where they would seemingly, if they find the position of the other 3 or 4, they can just hold those angles. They can just, you know, use their util to stall them out, and then when they eventually get into fights, getting those opportunities where they've got crossfires. So, yeah, it's a tough one for them, but at least you could say it's still early on, so the changes can be made. But University of Newcastle, you're pretty happy with how things are looking so far.
Oh yeah, the University of Newcastle, it is all a nice and steady progression. There's not much really, you know, anything big to really point out for them. This has been so far very sort of steady without much of a, well, really an issue over progress. They have the roaming down pat. They have the just the overall idea of what really needs to be done and how it needs to be executed all down pat. So it's from here is just more so how do they really pick apart the opposition, and how do they really deny them much of the presence. Really, that's arguably the play here for them to really consider. So moving onwards, look, maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of a response, but it's certainly not the kind of situation that Owen and co really want to find themselves in.
And Fish continuing to make their way forward. Well, I mean, they're checking the ground perfectly. So if there is anything there, they have made sure that yes,
the floor is made out of floor.
The floor is made out of floor. We've got that much information across us, Owen. Well, I was going to say, just been moved across to there. Sadira's got Nugget, and they've also knocked the Bill. And
man.
oh boy, this is already looking pretty rough again. So Sadira is going to be chased away, but in fact, he's looking for the ones behind. Oh, I was going to say, Hamfish takes down the shield for half a second. C4 is perfectly placed to do the damage. As it just seems like it's going to be just, when does it happen at this point? Owen has flashed in. He gets some damage. The flashing 4, but no, the timing. Swing on out from Sordera's good. He's still alive at the moment. Surely should be knocked down here. Gets the triple on Owen as well. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Oh boy, this is pretty rough so far.
Yeah. Got a fair bit of spanking really coming on out here. Mythicus trying to done best to really try to recover the roster and try to at least deal some damage, so it's not at least a flawless round. And in fact, he does catch one. Yeah, that's a pretty solid shot. But now he needs to find at least 4 more, because otherwise third round is looking to come rushing very quickly and not in their favor.
All right.
Okay. Getting
Still
something.
Out. There was something there. I don't mind that. Making sure they remember And you've got some aim on you, but as it stands, University of Newcastle continue their flawless start here, 3-0. As well, chance to maybe is a ban going to change their hopes and dreams possibly here, Cthulhu, or does it seem a bit meaningless at the moment?
I think, yeah. Ultimately, this is a very much of a core, problem at its core for the LTU roster. Yes, getting rid of Solid Snake will be basically crippling Owen, but it's not at the fact that, that ban would have meant anything if, Owen was actually, going ballistic, if he's the ultimate carry. But considering that Owen has been struggling to find much of a opener when he is battling directly against Sordera, thing is that, you can't really do anything else. So now it's just more so of a question, what can Owen bring to really, start restructuring the team? What can he do to really keep things in the running? Because LTU are certainly at the moment not looking particularly too potent. Is probably the best way to really describe this. And for them, it's again, like I've mentioned before, you want to, start introducing some more of the passive utility, start introducing the Lion, start introducing the Dokkaebi. If the team is struggling with finding your ones and finding the openers and, the frags and the information, enable your best player with more info, force the slowdown, force just, the undeniable amount of just the info gathering. So it seems like for LTU, it's a bit of a narrow-minded play that is coming on out, and I'm wondering if maybe this sort of opportunity will be only inspected in full once we do wrap up with the matchup itself.
Yeah, and I guess that's also the thing here, where you have a squad where the experience isn't as much there as some of these other teams, and that's where you can't really expect them to be putting through any sort of major play. So you have to go with something sort of bare basic. It's enough, it can work, you get into the side. So we saw it enough in the first round. Like, they had it in a 3v2, there was an opportunity there, but it's going to come down to then just the finishing and the execution even of these simpler plays in. That's going to be the problem that works against them there. But still, they can just get a couple. Maybe there's something to work with into this one. With Owen finding potatoes early, that's not a bad start. Although Sordera responds immediately on the Mythic.
Pretty unfortunate result there for Sordera to try to keep himself in the running. But, oh well. It is what it is, as they say, and the C4 coming on in. Yeah, Owen is shut down. It's all down to, Nabil, and even he cannot, really stick around for too long, as that is yet another conclusion to the run there for himself. Unfortunately, unable to really pull out much there for himself, and will be left sort of questioning as to, what else can we really do here? Maybe a tactical timeout needs to really happen, because otherwise things are looking to get pretty grim pretty rapidly.
Yeah, this is looking... Well, I mean, I've already said rough. It just gets worse and worse at the moment, unfortunately, for the Latrobe boys. I mean, you have to say, though, the University of Newcastle, they are they're not putting a step wrong. You can say what you want about the competition they might be up against, but they have looked incredibly sharp for this game, especially when we're late into the evening. I mean, it's 10 o'clock here in the beautiful side of Oz. I mean, it's just past midnight for you, so, fatigue, it can definitely be a thing late on a Friday night. University of Newcastle not showing any signs of that. They are not slowing down, and they are looking to try and... Well, we started with a 7-0. Perhaps we're going to end with a 7-0 as well.
Quite possibly, honestly, here. 7-0 being a very scary prospect here for LTU, but certainly a possibility in every possible... in every way and shape and form for themselves. So I'm wondering how this all can be looked at. What do we really even try to pull off here? Because to be quite frank with you here, has UON don't really have to keep on doing much apart from just keep on, well, shutting down the push, shut down the initial momentum, and boom, you have the win.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I mean, like, I guess the idea is you kill Owen, and that kind of shuts down the rest of the team. But it's not even that. It's just not allowing them to find the space. I mean, again, it was there in the first round, but since then, they've just basically sort of got the read of what was going on from that first one, the idea of what's going to be coming in for the next. Like, they haven't all been exactly the same, but it's been readable enough they've been able to do the job here. Sordera and Owen involved in a bit of a fire outside. Again, like, it's just getting past this first initial jump in where they want to enter. Kyo, I was going to say the flash and everything had set Handfish up pretty well, but then, well, I mean, that happens.
Oh, that certainly happens. Indeed, quite an unfortunate result here for Hamfish. Gets shut down very rapidly. LTU finally do manage to catch themselves yet another one, and Dokubi is finally coming on out. Mythic is able to really reinforce the push. Owen needs to really get proactive. So is Nabil, who's got the opener ready to go. The swing, though, yeah. That's just a punishment and a half already as is.
And Sordera shuts down Owen, and just like that, Nugget and Mythic. I mean, one of them not even inside yet at the moment. They're still waiting to take this fight here, and well, Sordera swings on it. Cops a bit of damage. Now they might even push past the other end. Pre-fire not there. The second one might be though, and it is. Vectrify got Mythic in the meantime. I mean, just shots. Not much more you can say about that one. 5-0. University of Newcastle continue on their merry way.
Exactly that. Not much of a response coming out from the LTU roster. Latrobe is feeling very spooky. Is probably the best way to do and to go with. Looking onwards, we are staring at a bit of a grim prospect for the LTU roster, as they're looking to try to really bring themselves in for the play, for the just for anything really, and it's been a bit of a just all over really the place. So from here onwards, question being is, well, can they do? They have already introduced a new player, a new operator, which is the Dokubi. But apart from that, apart from being able to claim a couple frags, they weren't able to convert it to a full-blown round, and that's where problems may start ramping up even further. So I'm now questioning this against Sordera. Mr. 10-1. Is there really much of a response?
Yeah, well, I mean, you say problems ramp up even further. I don't think you could almost have problems as much as they are right now. But, look, you get around 5-1, switch to the defensive end. You just never know. Seen crazier things happen. But it would have to be something pretty out of this world to change what has already been a pretty dominant game here from University of Newcastle, as Trobe Uni trying to find something here before we switch sides. Trying to avoid, at this point, the dreaded 7-0. Don't wish that upon your worst enemy most of the time. Well, perhaps you do. Depends, really.
Yeah, well, in this position, honestly, I think Yowen already wished all of those wishes to their opposition. Hamfish down by the smoke. It's a complete and utter massacre, really moving onwards, and Potatoes is looking to even swing the position with just the goo mine out, looking to just try to keep on putting a bit more sort of insult and injury. And onwards from here, yeah, that's another one. A run out as well, and a run out successful. Nabil is gone, and it's just a honestly disrespect central, courtesy of UON.
Yeah, look, they start running outside. I mean, he's having a bit of a laugh. I mean, that's the end of the day. Everyone's having a bit of fun. Well, I don't know if Latrobe Beauty are having as much fun as University of Newcastle right now, but Nugget with a kill back. And, you know, steal the opportunity here in a 2v3. There's hope. I mean, it's all they can really rely on, it seems, at the moment. But perhaps there is light at the end of the tunnel, although University of Newcastle, every time it seems to be the case, have shut that tunnel up pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly that. And to maybe try to introduce some sort of a change in this. They are wanting some sort of a redemption here, but yeah, that redemption is not coming in anytime soon. This is all looking like a very much of a futile turnaround. As yeah, that's another one toying with their opposition. UON is just yeah. There's not really much else to say apart from just yep.
Yep, go next. Kind of deal with that round as we roll swap at 6-0. And, well, the bans have been cleared, which means we will have more bans to come in Cthulhu. Perhaps the double shield. Double shield out. That's what's going to change everything around here.
Surely. Surely it will. Surely we'll get to see, yeah, the double shield maybe banned. Yeah, Clash out of the equation. I mean, UON just trying to basically take out all of the crutches available for the opposition, and honestly, for all the right intents purposes, that is going to be, well, the logical way of approaching this. Not much else that can be really done here, and well, Solid Snake to be banned on out, LTU just trying to maybe prevent any sort of too much of a cheeky play, and what potentially could be the final round as well for their matchup, a 7-0. Prospect is certainly still very much of a potential for a grim future.
Well, can they avoid the 7-0? That is what we've come down to here, it seems. University of Newcastle looking to end the night like we started it. The 7-0 fashion as we load in for the first round of this second half, possibly the last. Trobuni, have they got something to show here to change what we've seen so far? So I was going to say Mythic had not moved yet in the first 20 seconds there. I was thinking, oh, here we go. But it was just collecting their thoughts. Reinforcements start to go up. And we are about to get underway here. Cthulhu, what must they do? How can they stop the rot?
Honestly, there's ultimately just the basic sort of understanding here of you sort of just need to really pull up and start really working through all of the troubles that so far been plaguing. It's mainly just the mechanical skill that has been really plaguing them in every possible way. As much as I wish there was more really to mention apart from the fact that, you know, things have been a bit on a rougher end. Ultimately, for Latrobe, they need to very much just it's more so just a matter of play the game more. Play the game more, you will be able to accumulate a little bit more of the just the overall experience on this, and well, from there you'll be able to really solidify your overall play style as well.
I think that's the thing that works for them at least. I mean, it's week 2. You've got plenty of time to rectify things, plenty of times to train, to look into how you can approach these games. Zoan, well, he is watching from the sideline, so that means the rest of his team need to come up the goods, otherwise we are done and dusted here for our final game of the day. It's seemingly continuing in that manner, but Nugget, the C4 comes out, gets pretty nicely. The double up from Nugget. Okay. Beautiful stuff there, 3v3. Keeping this one going. As we approach 90 seconds, this round far from over yet.
Exactly that. Well, arguably one of the closer runs so far, but with Owen gone, he will now need to basically just try to lead passively the team as an attempt to get rid of, oh my, of the offense is just, that's a rough one to die to. And with Rectify getting the better of Hamfish, it's all down to Nugget to try to do anything, but unfortunately for him, unable to really finalize any sort of prospect and profit for themselves, and that is ultimately a 7-0, like you've highlighted as well. Has we've started off with a 7-0, we finish with a 7-0 as well.
That we do. University of Newcastle just too good from start to finish there as they get the job done. Sordera, the star of the show with 12 kills, but I mean, I have to say a pretty solid team performance. Just the better team in general throughout that one there. I mean, the scoreline reads 7-0 for a reason for Latrobe Uni. I mean, there were moments, there were flashes, and, you know, they're only going to get better off it, but pretty rough night for them overall there.
Yeah, no, Latrobe certainly having quite a fair bit of work cut out for them to work on the improvements, work on just the overall playtime together, because, I mean, a lot of these problems can be very much resolved from just, you know, you play together, you gain a little bit more experience, you gain a little bit more of a finer understanding of what really is required and what needs to be done, and well, from there on you could certainly make a pretty hefty comeback as well to form. But for the time being, yeah, it will be back to just the drawing board for LTU and just the Owens roster in general. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of a response from them in the coming days, but otherwise, yeah, it's back to basics.
Yeah, look, I mean, they've got plenty of weeks to go through, but we're in week 2 at the moment. That means we have to go back and see what has happened today throughout the results. A fair few things going on, both on broadcasts and off, but we started, of course, with a 7-0 for University of Queensland over the University of New South Wales. It was a star show from Scars, who ended up with 18 kills. Was just it's just one above the rest in that one there. Another game going on off stream. It was actually quite a close one, 7-5. It was the University of Monash going down there to the University of Newcastle, of course, we just saw. So that means that they've got 2 wins on the day. RMIT, their first game of the season, not going the way they would have wanted. UTS a 7-1 shellacking in that one there. And of course, Swinburne 7-4 over QUT, which we had on stream. Pretty close game, that one, at least going for the first half side. Things collapsing a bit for QUT towards the end, but then we switch across, Cthulhu, of course, to the next batch of results.
Next batch of results, yeah, MQU versus LTU. We just got to see LTU attempt to perform, and unfortunately for them, 7-2 scoreline is the best that could have been popped on out. UTS versus UOM comes in with a 7-3 scoreline. University of New South Wales versus RMIT, a 7-0 conclusion, and then MON versus UQ making their appearance, and well, UQ once again strikes back as it's a 7-2, also, well, equally just about as shellacking.
Just as much as you could ask for there across the board. But yeah, I mean, like for the RMIT boys especially, not exactly what they would have wanted to see when it comes to those ones there. QUT and Macquarie, that game, of course, still going on at the moment, so those results not quite there. At University of Newcastle versus LTU, that one ending in the 7-0 fashion. So, well, that's your league play day matches, which means that we switch across, Cthulhu, to what we've got with the standings.
Yeah, standings-wise, things are look fairly pushed up there. Well, UQ currently get to sit pretty on the first place. Right under them, MQU and UOM are ready to rumble as well. And then right at the very bottom, UNSW, UTS, and QUT having a bit of a rougher turnaround so far in the standings. And, well, there's certainly still quite a fair few days to really go through and try to find their own strides. But one would hope that for rosters like Latrobe University, they would be able to really bring their A game moving onwards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, again, it's very early days, so you can't really take a huge amount out of it yet, as we do see those final 3 teams, a couple others yet to register. RMIT, LTU. I mean, RMIT, we didn't actually see on broadcast today. They were not on broadcast last week. They actually had the bye in most of those, so not the exact start they were after, just 1 round win over the 15 they played there. But look, I mean, the good thing for those teams is plenty of room to improve. And a lot of them, it's sort of the first time they're playing Siege at any sort of level where you're up against like pretty decent competition. So you're going to learn, you're going to improve. I think it's always a good thing in this space. And most of the time, you're going to have a bit of fun with it. You get some round kills. I'm sure the Latrobe boys were having a lot of fun with the ones that they got through today. The same thing with Swinburne. But Cthulhu, we're just about done here. But before we do go, we should thank our very beautiful sponsors who've once again made another fantastic evening of Siege possible.
Absolutely, yeah. Big shout out to AGON by AOC, the #1 gaming monitor brand in the world, and AGON by AOC provide the best-in-class monitor solutions for gaming and all other needs as well. So big thank you to them.
Yes, a very big shout out to them and to HyperX and Officeworks. Power your game with the latest HyperX gear at Officeworks. When you need speed, control, and zero distractions, Officeworks has got the tech. Discover all the gaming gear made to handle serious play.
And one more time as well, a big shout out to Indomie, the noodle partner made with high quality flour and selected ingredients and spices. A plate of Indomie mee goreng will certainly brighten up your day. Try one of the flavors available today from your local grocer or indomie.com.au and get yourself sorted out as well.
That's what we like to hear. And of course, guys, if you want to catch any more of the action, any updates for AU Esports League, make sure you follow that AU Esports League on all of our socials. We're on X, Instagram, also on YouTube. Make sure you go find us there. And of course, we're always streaming here for the Siege side of things across, different games as well. It's all happening. But we're just about done. In fact, I think we are done, Cthulhu. Mate, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on broadcast. I hope that we can do it again. I've had quite a fun time with you this evening.
Absolutely, yeah. Likewise. This has been a pretty entertaining night. Honestly, I'm looking forward to see if we'll get to run through a few more broadcasts and we'll get to see some more AEL goodness, considering that there's quite a fair few of the rising talents here and plenty of Siege goodness to be delivered.
Absolutely. So from myself, Cthulhu, 2 Tony on the Obs, BK in the prod room. Thank you all for tuning in this evening. Enjoy your weekend. Happy Anzac Day for all those celebrating, and we will catch you next time.